Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, May the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Kiri, so you guys can hear me, see my screen. There is a ton of stuff happening. I love earnings season, but sometimes you can get overwhelmed by all the different companies releasing earnings and trying to figure out which is going to be the best ones to look at. Anyway, you mentioned DuPont. Yeah, adjusted EPS guidance below estimates and lowered the higher end. So even though it might, it might look good on the headline. Well, I didn't even see their headline, but this is the reason. You're asking why is DuPont showing moving lower? That's the reason. It's all about guidance. So let's get to it. So yeah, so CHGG. This is an earnings play. I know Real has been talking about this. Sure, it's not quite a lifetime low, but there's really nothing to hold it up. I don't think. I'm looking over on my weekly chart. I don't see anything in recent memory that's going to hold this up. So this is an earnings play. Yeah, and they claim that because of ChatGPT, they're losing subscribers. So this is, I guess, an online education company. Anyway, they're losing subscribers to ChatGPT. They're going to have to deal with it. Tree is another one. Tree, another earnings play. And this is basically an all-time low. Okay, trading lower after the company reported mixed Q1 financial results and lowered guidance. All about guidance, guys. Guidance. Why are you going to buy something if they're going to tell you we're not going to do as well the next quarter? So this is of interest to me. Now I know Real was talking about a bounce for DD. Um, I'm certainly looking here. 65.31 is the 200-day moving average, so I suppose that could hold it. 65.59 is the VWAP, so it's basically the same. Of course, what I'm looking at is if it can maintain, if it can start to move down from here, it takes out that 200-day moving average. Look underneath, you have 61, and then down here at 57. So these are the weekly charts. These are weekly lows. So just poking its head just below the 200-day moving average right now. Now there are some crazy China ones, China low floaters, ones that we haven't seen. When I say that, I mean we've seen them in the past, but we haven't seen them over the last few days. But here's at least I haven't. HUIZ is a China low floater. Two, not as low though. I didn't realize. I guess I think when I saw it, I thought it was 2.2. But anyway, it's still low. 22 million. 5 million have traded already. Okay. I don't see any well, we're never going to find any news. Okay. So don't bother looking for news. But here is HUIZ. Huge move, 52%. TIRX. TIRX. 22. Okay. TIRX through the 200-day moving average. I mean, look at the volumes. Now, this is the one 2.3 million, 3.6 million have traded already. Again, I do not see any. Again, I'm just in case, you never know. There could be some news, but I don't see any news on this one either. TIRX, and then another one, LXEH. I'm just pointing out some of the China low floaters. And this is really cheap. 3.3 million, 2.2 have traded already, and still has room. Casa, was that you yesterday or Cam? I'm sorry, I don't know why I get you guys mixed up, but many thanks to the GDS from yesterday. You mentioned this could be the no, not GDS, GDC. Now, you mentioned this one yesterday late that it could turn into sort of one of those late day runners, and boy, did it ever. Now it collapsed, okay, but I know you sort of said, "Hey, could it be another tops?" So I was able to take advantage of this right about here, and I sold some right about there. And if I had waited another, I don't know, 10 seconds, I would have tagged on another $7. Now, if I'd waited another, 10 seconds after that, it did this. So I'm not really complaining, but I probably wouldn't have looked at it unless you had mentioned that. So I think it was a UCAM or was it CASA? What one of you two? And that was later. Oh, okay. What else do we have here? Now, IEP. So yeah, the Hindenburg has slammed them. So always amused by their teasing emails. We are going to slam some company tomorrow. You always get that email the night before. So this is the one they're doing, IEP, and let's take a look. Is there any near-term support for this one? Looks like 44 is a low, but when was this? This was back in 2020. So you're talking 3 years ago. And if it gets through that low, then you're talking 33 the week before. So, mm, you're right. That was the first one on my list. I was sort of jumping. Yeah, I could not find anything on hour either. In fact, when I saw it, I thought, okay, has our provider not accounted maybe for a reverse split? I cannot see anything about our HOUR. I mean, that's a huge amount of volume. It's 1.7 million in the float. So it's traded the float. Uh, let's do some quick, maybe about 8 times, seven, 8 times. So this is really no news. And this is not China. Where are they out of? Redmond, Washington. So it's certainly not a China play. Motorcycle, boat, and other motor vehicle dealers. So I have no idea. Like, can anybody find any reason for this? In fact, yesterday, no, not yesterday, a month ago, EF Hutton had cut them down to $2. Even CP has no. Wow. But wasn't it you, Casa, then I'm not talking about who originally mentioned GDC. Wasn't it you that said, hey, we might want to watch GDC at the end to see if it has a top type move? Or was that Liam? I thought it was you. Right about here. Come on. Right about here, right around 245-ish. All right, maybe it was Cam. Why? I like to give credit to credit where credit's due, Byron. That's all. Yeah, no news on Hour. Cannot find anything on Hour, which is really strange. I mean, that's a massive gap. Uber, let's take a look at it. I mean, guys, there are so many earnings plays. I mean, I just cannot get to them all. Uber, another earnings play. Nice pop up on earnings. Let's take a look at Lyft. I'm sure there's probably a similar move. It's not earnings for them, but probably a sympathy move. Yeah, sympathy move. They have earnings on the 4th. MSGM, MSGM, MSGM. Any news? I don't see any news on this one either. Just a nice pop. I mean, a lot of, decent volume. Again, the low float, 1.2 million in the float, big 33% move. I see BlackBerry is moving also. I guess there's be a BlackBerry movie coming out on Netflix. I saw it advertised. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. It says trading high after the company announced a portfolio review. Now remember, guys, they don't. This is a software company now, such as it is. It's nothing to do with hardware anymore. I'm very interested to see that movie though, or it's more of a document. No, it's a movie. It's based on obviously fact, but and the immense mistake they made. Nobody will want to surf on a phone. Nobody will want to have a camera on a phone. IMTX, IMTX. So this is up. Boy, some of these, look at some of these moves. Company reported interim clinical data from ongoing phase. It's only phase 1B. Look at this move, 36%. The German company, I believe. Yeah, German company. And then ZI, another earnings play. ZI is another earnings play. It's funny, I can't get too excited about these earning gap ups and think I'm going to think I'm going to go long on them. And just looking at either fading these or checking these earnings gap try to find a way to get in and short them. I mean, Real mentioned HRMY. I think this is I think it's an earnings play. HRMY, not very much volume, but into a gap. Yeah, there's another earnings play. HRMY. Yeah, not very much volume, but look at this potential gap, 42.62. And now, didn't somebody mention another company that might be the one going under the S&P 500, replacing FRC? I didn't think it was Axon. Anyway, Axon is, I guess, poised to join the S&P 500, AXON. That was another company somebody mentioned. No, I know it's Axon, but I thought somebody was mentioning a company yesterday that there might have been that there was a rumor. I didn't think it was Axon, but maybe it was. There's going to be a BlackBerry movie, MR. I just saw it advertised last night. So I was just amused because BlackBerry is moving today, but yeah, based on a portfolio review. So guys, I mean, I there are just so many earnings plays. I'm going to sort on the earnings date column. You're going to see what I'm talking about. Oh wow. I mean, I just can't go over them all, but let's take a look at. I'm looking at volume right now. So there's the tree that I talked about. How's PINC doing? PINC, not very much volume yet, but these are all wow. I mean, I mean, look at the gap down here. There's probably nothing to hold it. And again, if you have my pre-market actives up and down, all you have to do is do a sort, double left click on the earnings date column, and then scroll down. And every time you see 0.25 or minus 0.25, these are what I consider earnings plays. 0.25 means they're released earnings pre-market. Minus 0.25, like CHGG, released after hours. You can see the reaction, the mauve area right here. And there's the DuPont DD. Boy, it's through the 200-day moving average. ITW, a real expensive one. ITW. Yeah, to me, it doesn't have enough room on a percentage basis. 232 is the next low. 237. Here's another more expensive one. ANET. ANET. Another. Wow, this has got some room. I mean, look at let's see, the next low. It's 142, 133. I mean, we're talking on the weekly chart. Big gap down. Decent volume. Decent volume. Release earnings after hours. You can see the move area. There's your reaction. Another more expensive one, SYK, another earnings play, SYK. Not very much volume yet. Volume, the volume will pick up, of course, once the market opens. Now, of course, you can go to our channel. We have an earnings channel, and you can, if you just want to track the earnings plays, you can go there. This is what I'm talking about. So if you click on New from our toolbar, and then click on Dock Channel Bar, and then so you have to click on Show More, and where are earnings? Here we go. Earnings. Here's our earnings channel. Honestly, here is our earnings channel. Okay, something's going on with our top list. Let me just, oh no, don't tell me I'm hung up. Hmm. Uh-oh, I might be hung up, guys. Shoot, I am hung up. Interesting. I don't think it's ever happened to me being hung up just by clicking on on a channel. I'm hung up. Okay, I'm gonna have to just do the end task. Not a big deal. It's before the market opens, so and I'll try it again though, because obviously I'm gonna have to let our developers know if that happens again. You were hung up earlier, Don? Okay. You remember what you did? Did you try to go to a channel? Give me a moment. I may not be able to get to the upgrades and downgrades this morning. All right. Well, let's try that again. New dock channel bar, show more, and go down to earnings. Okay. You know what? I asked them to, this time frame should be live always. Here we go. Okay, so this is an earnings channel, guys. So if you want to get on it right now, then you just have to change the time frame to live always. Okay, so it'll take into account what's happening in the pre-market. If you don't care about that, then just let it. It'll start running at 9:30. Okay, but here you go. Down after earnings, up after earnings. And if you just wanted, the individual scan, you just have to extract it from the layout, so you don't have to necessarily stay on the layout the entire day. All right, give me one moment, please, as I readjust a scan on my other monitor. Okay. Okay, let me quickly go and see what, actually, you know what? I better take a look at the sectors. Okay, I think that's more important. Let's take a look at the sectors and just see what's happening quickly, and then maybe I'll get to the upgrades and downgrades. So, oh, I see. Yeah, in the time. Yes. Okay, guys. So this is what's happening with the major sectors. So the market is in. Yeah, we're going to be, slightly negative on the SPY opening, but this is what's happening with the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy, 100% in red. What does that mean? 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay, so if you do a quick look, you cannot see consumer staples 50-50, retail about 50-50, and the rest of them are all, less than 50-50. So that's what we have to look forward to. But look at energy, especially energy, guys. And I'm hearing LXEH. I'm hearing LXEH, which means it's popping here. Look at this China low floater. Okay, just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. No, I don't have a screenshot of my other screens, but on my other screens, things like this, okay? But they don't give me very many alerts. Most of the things that I have on my other screens do not give me many alerts. So I'm not overwhelmed, okay? But in my 10-day daily breakdown and breakout, but I'm sharing it. All you have to do is go to my homepage and I'm sharing this, but I might only get five of the breakouts and five of the breakdowns all day long. So, well, I guess LXEH is the one. The low float China going crazy. There's the 200-day moving average, 250, 259-ish. Yeah, IEP is definitely bouncing here. IEP is definitely bouncing. Maybe the major damage is done from that Hindenburg report. CHGG continues its little move down here, guys. So, I mean, it's an earnings play also, okay? So it's not just all about Chat GPT, but that's what they're blaming. Decline in subscription services because of Chat GPT. Right. You know what I'm going to do? Just really quickly see if I can find some upgrades and downgrades. Okay, you know what? Don't really see anything that interesting. I'm seeing a lot of these Y stocks and F stocks, foreign stocks on the upgrade side. I do see GPC is downgraded by Goldman. So take a look at GPC, maybe GPC downgraded by Goldman, genuine parts. It's not an earnings play. The Goose, Canada Goose, is downgraded by Barclays. Let's see what I haven't seen Canada Goose for a while. Yeah, not very much volume on it, but it is has been downgraded by Barclays. Take a look at Sophie. Sophie's been downgraded by Wedbush. Have they put some kind of a trolling price target on them? Now here's Credit Suisse. Not really 5. I thought maybe they were going to put like they did with Bed Bath and Beyond. When it was up around 4 or 5 dollars, they put a 10-cent price target on Bed Bath and Beyond. And guess what? They were right. Meanwhile, LXEH has just gone ballistic again. Again, there is no reason for it. Don't look for a reason. This is just call it China low float. We're getting sort of rotation. We're doing some rotation within the China low float sector. So some of the ones that were really alive last week are dormant now, and some of these other ones that weren't really doing anything last week are going crazy today. Low float mania, but is low float one word? You really should be for China low float mania right now. But I don't see too many other ones other than China. There was that Canadian one. There was a Canadian one, and unfortunately, we had to do a reboot, so I don't know if I see it. There was a Canadian one that also was very low float, and well, that's quite the pop for IEP. I'm glad I didn't chase it down. I was thinking about it. Andorra, there's a small little country, day trader. Welcome. What do you speak? French, Spanish, or sorry, I guess it's Catalan. Catalan, right? Part of Spain that borders Andorra is Catalonia. Cool. I don't think we've had anybody from Andorra in this room. Ah, William, be nice. All right, Gonzalo from Argentina. Buenos dias. All right, guys, we are now set for the open. Less than a minute for this open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. It's going to be exciting. We got, maybe too much excitement with so many things to watch in terms of the earnings plays, China low floaters. But I'm going to bide my time. Typically trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. I may make an exception on something like the CH. Wow, look at the DD or DD. You're gonna have to see how this DD, if this DD has any sort of a little pop, pull up, and then takes out that low, I'm probably in it. You're a little late there, William. We've got 5, 4, 3, 2. We are now open for business. Yesterday we had WAFU, WAFU, China low float, and well, it's still a China low float mania stock. And we have our first halt of the day, first two halts of the day. LXEH halted on the way up. For those who like to follow CXAI, active again, of course, CXAI doing its thing. High yesterday was almost 16. Good morning, Frank, in our YouTube room. And good morning, other YouTubers. This is the Canadian one I was thinking of. KWE. KWE, low float, 3.3 million in the float. Traded higher after the company announced it received a notification of a contract, etc. Okay, so that was the reason. However, it pulled right back, 351, all the way back down to 264. But you never know. Maybe it rests here for a while and it starts to move. Has room, 353. What did it get to? It got up to 350. So it almost hit that high, which was on April 17th. Got right up almost to the penny, and that's where it stalled. Remember TGTX? TGTX still is alive here, guys. Remember yesterday had a huge day yesterday, and bit of a continuation so far. Ladenburg Thelman, the 37.50 price target on them. Oh my gosh, so you are China. ZJYL. Yep, another China stock. Just actually on the way down though. Okay. Oh, guys, look at this one. Look at FlowServe. This was an earnings play, got way up here, and now it's giving it up. FLS, FLS. Okay, TVTX just showed up. Wow, I missed my 10-day daily breakouts. TVTX just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. A little early. That's why I won't take it yet. It's been very choppy. Look at this pop up here. It makes it really difficult to trade. This is what I'm talking about, though. Showed up here, 1628. I mean, it's just it's pretty dicey, though. I mean, what it did up here. But again, if you're less conservative than I am, and what about hour? What did it do from that 461? And what about WAFU 444? Yeah, a little too early for me to take these. Here's another China low floater, guys. TIRX just absolutely exploding through that 200-day moving average. TIRX. Please be careful, right? I mean, with these floats, you're look at the relative volume, 11,000 times normal up to this time of day. All right, so the market's putting in a giant red bar to start. So NAS is down a little, Dow's down, SPY's down a bit. Your your bounce zone for DD, that might have been it, real. See, I can't remember what you said, 63 something. Still, I still have my bias is short here, but we'll see. All right, here's another one, guys, just showing up here. AVDL, 2-year high now, 2-year high, AVDL. Not a low float, 58 million, not high, but not low. Out of Dublin. SFM. This is an earnings play. SFM is an earnings play. Big gap up on earnings. Hey, AVDL continues its move higher here. AVDL continues its move higher. Look at the SPY, big red candle. Pfizer is actually an earnings play. PFE is an earnings play also. Very choppy though. Very choppy, but it is an earnings play. PFE. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 39.92. And if it takes that out, then the next high is 40.20. Not that much room then, really, until it, in my opinion, hits some resistance. So it's not that interesting to me. Yeah, BP, you guys were talking about BP. I want to call it British Petroleum. I don't know if it's called that anymore, but anyway, BP. Next low looking left is 36.21, so it's not, a little bit of room. Beyond petroleum, okay. All right, CHGG guys takes out 9. This could be awesome. I mean, it's already awesome, but if it takes out 9, what's going to hold it up? EIRX continues to move. Low flow China mania. The other one's probably China. Let's take a look. A YGMZ. Yep, another China. Hmm. Now this one could get interesting because it's got to get up to about the 180 mark. It's at 143 now, but if it gets up to that 180 mark, then look left. Look at the potential on the weekly chart, 652. Again, when I say that, I'm not ever suggesting that that's where it's going to get to, but it takes all that resistance out of the equation if it can get up to that 170 mark. And again, low float. Give me a moment. Here's an earnings play. I can give you this, guys, but I don't want to overload you with so much stuff. But I mean, this is something that I used to look at during earnings season. Now it's a doc version, and you can see here are the earnings plays, and I've sorted them on the position in the day's range. Okay. So CX right at the top, you can see right there, right at the top. So I've sorted on the position in the day's range. Now, what is interesting is when you see something in orange, for instance, here, that means this stock is still below the close of yesterday, but it's starting to recover. Based on that green. Conversely, look at SIBN. Okay, let's take a look at SIBN to show you what I'm talking about. So it's still positive, but it's near, but when it's still near the low of the day, though. So what that means is a big pullback. So I don't know if anybody's interested. I can give it to you, but just don't want to overwhelm people. And that basically is, you can just go to our earnings channel and probably see something very similar. Or you can just take a look at these crazy low flow China plays. But I can share it, yes. But again, don't get too overwhelmed. Anybody? So here you go, Raj. You didn't know what the rings were actually. What rings? What rings are we talking about here? Boy, SGRY earnings play really, really weak here. SGRY. Okay, so IEP now is starting to fall, and after the pull up to 48, POS rings. Still don't know what you mean. This is, of course, not shortable for me. Okay, so if you're on a Mac, now I don't have a layout that you're copying. What I do is I have individual scans, okay? Basically the ones you see here and some of the scans, I don't have them all up and running. Some of them I do, but you can kind of pick and choose what you want. I'll have to refresh my memory about the web. Now you're on the web-based version because you've got a Mac, okay? Okay, so if you click on my homepage and scroll down until you see my scan section, okay? So here are the scans that I'm sharing. Now, let me load. Let me see if I can load the web-based version. I know there's a slight difference. Okay. So this should be the same. So if you click, say you wanted the pre-market actives up, okay? So you click on it and it's going to load into a tab, new tab, all right? And you just, all I do is I left click. but just get it highlighted, okay? And then copy it, copy the link, Control C, copy the link. Now here you are in the web-based version, okay? And then hopefully this is working. Tools, load from cloud, and then you're going to have to, there's the box right in there, copy it by pasting it, okay? Not copy it, paste it in here, and then hopefully this loads. There it is, okay? So that's how you can get my scans if you're in the web-based version. And it's basically picking and choosing what you might want, okay? Make sense? A matter of just clicking on the, okay, great, you not understand, good. All right, so CHGG has not taken out 9 yet, so man, oh man, this TIRX. Now this one went crazy also yesterday, BAOS. After hours, it went crazy. I mean, really crazy. In fact, this was the one, instead of the G, whatever, GPC or whatever that one was. Look what this one did after hours from 15 to 42. Oh, China low float, mate. China low float. YGMZ. I mean, what did I say, guys? I mean, you just put a price alert, 177, put a price alert. I know, that's 20 cents away or so, but you can see if it takes that out, look left on that weekly chart and look at the room it's got. And these crazy low float China stocks, don't look for a reason. What do you mean, Adam? So it's the same scan as I had yesterday. Exactly the same scan as I had yesterday. My layout that you see is nothing different. Look at this, boy. This. What do I think of CPHI? CPHI? Not much. I'm sorry. I don't really look at stocks under a dollar. It's horrible looking for me anyway. Horrible looking daily chart. Just topping tails, bottoming tails. It is China. I'll give you that. It is China. And it's low float, but I'm not. Just not into the ones under a dollar. So Adam, what you're seeing here, I mean, my large cap gainers from the open, which I'm sharing, on my homepage. The momentum up is basically Momo. So these are the two scans really. That's it. I have other scans on other monitors, but I'm not, but what you're seeing, I am sharing on my homepage, just like yesterday. Again, right on my homepage, when you click on my homepage link, here are my scans. So this is the one. Large cap gainers from the open is here. And this is in essence the momentum scan. It's a slightly different looking format, but this is Momo is this momentum up. Okay, that's it. I mean, I have other scans that you can take a look at, but if you're asking me what you see on my screen, that's what you're seeing. Wow, look at Sage. Sage on the way down also. Sage earnings play on the way down. Yeah, so CHGG did not take out 9. So I'm still have an alert set down there, but it did not take out 9. Hmm. So IEP now is that the low? Yeah, now it's being thumped. I don't know. I did not get in it. Now it's being thumped. Probably should have put a low at the low price alert at the low of the pre-market. So there was a rally. I mean, it's a big rally, so it's always dicey. 44 up to almost 49. But now that Hindenburg scathing report is really hitting it now. But I'm not in it. Look at this, almost a lifetime low now. Here's another earnings play. Not very much volume though. Only 104,000. Another earnings play though. TRN moving down. Okay, so that's what we asked yesterday, Adam. Are you using our web-based version, not the download? If you're using our web-based version, the races are not available. Okay, it's that simple. If you're using our downloadable application, the races are available. Okay, this one yesterday, the poked its head above a dollar. You can see this is UK. It got above a dollar all the way up to 132, but look where it closed, way down here at 82. So it's trying another shot to get over a dollar. It is another China low float mania. Yes, DD is getting okay. Adam, your toolbar, does it look like this? File, new, tools, Windows, help, account. Does it look like this? Or are you using our web-based version? We have two versions of the software. If you have a PC, then you should be using the downloadable application. Okay, so if you're using the web-based version, then racing is not available. It's really that simple. That's why you're getting an error message if you're trying to load the race. Okay, DD. I have to pay attention to this DD. Look at GME, guys, going down to that level that I thought it would, eventually down to that 17 area. Alex, where are you? YouTube, Alex, where are you? You're not talking to me, are you, John, about stocks over $12? Okay, so okay, look at this one on the way down. GDC, that was a crazy one yesterday, but this is now halted on the way down or resumed on the way down. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, believe it or not, I'm going to stick an alert for this BAOS at the high right there of 2352. If it takes it out later on, it might have another run. Shady was talking about GRTX. Is this a China low float? Not a China low float. All right, so is there a bounce in store here? I mean, it's bounced a couple of dollars, IEP. Oof, look at it. There were shares available. Or there are 2,000 shares at Interactive Brokers to short this. Not that I want to short this now, but yeah, for the ZJYL. Okay, PINC is getting me a little more interested again. PINC, we have the alert at 28.49 on the 10-day daily breakdown. An earnings play, of course. Volume is starting to pick up. You mean LEJU high, right? It is halted, yes. There's a question from our YouTube room. It's LEJU, I think you meant. It is halted, yes. Give me one moment, please. All right, guys. So I'm in this pink short now, PINC. Ooh, it's whippy, still whippy. Because of the whippiness, I didn't take, well, I have my risk, how much I'm willing to risk dollar wise. So, and that's the PINC. Well, that's okay. Oops. You, basically where I shorted it. So we'll see what happens here. Excuse me. Hey, ANGH. What is this one doing? Not China, not China. Where are you out of? Out of United Arab Emirates. Okay, so this is not China. So to me, coming into a ton of resistance to me. You know what? And there are shares for me anyway. There are shares available to short. But look at this daily chart. To me, it's coming into a ton of resistance. Now that float, I mean, in theory, it could pop it right through that, I suppose. But this is another one showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. But I look left, and I think there could be some support around six. So I'm going to, if it takes out six, though, it should have another move down. You don't have to do anything with the dock channel bar. No, no. Links are all independent. Okay, they're all independent, Adam. Nothing to do with the dock channel bar. They're all independent links. All so once you download the link and get it on your screen, and you can later on, if you want to put it in a channel bar, a dock channel, but you don't have to do anything regarding dock channel bar. Wow. Yeah. This TIRX. It's just it's a matter of which is going to be the one, and this is the one. Look at the market though, big sell off here, guys. Pretty big sell off right now. Adam, I don't know how I can help you. You seem like you need a lot of technical help as opposed to, are you on the web-based version again, or are you back to the downloadable application with a toolbar that looks like this? All I can do is demonstrate one more time how to download my link. If your system is hanging up, then I don't know. I can't help you. You're going to have to send you to our true tech support. Okay. So what are you using the web-based version again, or are you on our downloadable application? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, this is showing up on that. Yeah, the CX is basically straight up on an earnings play. Now, this looks to me, I'm not trying to treat you like you don't know nothing. I have to understand, are you using our web-based version or are you using are you using our downloadable application? I have to know, and then I'm going to demonstrate it again, one more time, show you how you can load my link. I'm not trying to treat you like you don't know anything. I'm just, I just have to know what version you're using so I can show you on the screen how it should work. And if it's not working for you, then I'll send you to tech support. Okay. Okay. So you have a toolbar that looks like this: File, New, Tools, Windows, Help, Account, etc. You have a toolbar that looks like that. I'm showing on my screen. You have a toolbar that looks like that. Okay, thank you. That was okay. So we'll do this one more time, and if it doesn't work, then yeah, you're gonna have to go to tech support, I guess, because I don't know why it's not working for you. So one more time. Okay, so there's my homepage link. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Just give me a moment. This is what you're going to see. Okay, you're right at the top here. You scroll down until you get to my scans. Click here. So here are my scans. Doesn't matter. I'll pick a scan. It doesn't matter what scan because the way in which you can load it onto your screen is the same. Doesn't matter what scan, except, well, you say you're using but let's do pre-market actives up to make sure that it's working for you. So if you click on pre-market actives up, then what should happen is a new tab should open. Okay, a new tab should open, and there's the link. There is the link right there. So if I highlight it, okay, and now I'm going to copy it. I'm going to copy it, Control C. Now that link is copied. And the next step is you go to your toolbar, File, Load from Cloud, because it's copied into the cloud. So File, Load from Cloud, and the link should appear here in this box if you've done it correctly. Now, if it happens to be blank for some reason, then paste it in, Control V, okay? But that's where the link should appear. And then you click Load, and there it is. Okay. Well, if you're doing these exact same steps and it's not working, then yeah, I'll have to send you to our tech support. Because I don't know, maybe something with your computer configuration or something, but I'm at my limit of what I can help you. I can only demonstrate how it's supposed to work. And if you say you're following the steps exactly and it's not loading, then and thank you, Pepe. Pepe is he's not official Trade Ideas tech support, but he certainly knows the program inside and out, and he does a lot. And I forever grateful to you, Pepe, for helping out when you can. So it might be something with, yeah, as Pepe is saying, it might be something on your system because it's the steps are pretty easy and repeatable. Okay, then I'm going to have to I'll send you to the homepage, okay? And then you can start a discussion. Somebody from tech support. It might be something just silly that I'm not understanding. And here is our homepage, okay? So if you click on the homepage link, click on the homepage link that I just put in there, and you will see a little balloon will pop up that says questions and answers. So questions and answers, click on that and then ask and give them your email address that you use to sign up for Trade Ideas so they can take a look at your account. Okay. And hopefully they'll get to the bottom of why it's not working for you. Okay. All right. So in this pink short, that's just really not doing too much. It's basically where I shorted it, a little above. So I'm just going to hang on for just a bit and see what happens here. PINC. Okay, Uber guys. I guess Uber isn't near the top, right? No, it isn't. All right. Well, okay, it's near the top in the normal market hours, but right here is the top, 36.42 pre-market highs, 36.42. All right, let me see if I can. So this PSEC is getting a little closer to breaking six PSEC. Now, what about MACB showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown? MCB showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Is it an earnings play? It is not, but it's a bank, guys. It is a bank. Ooh, look left here. Look left here with this bank, MCB. The next low looking left is 1384. The low here is 2205, so it is below that low. And the market is just selling off right now. Mm. And DD is getting closer to that whole number break, DD. This looks pretty ominous for this MCB, guys. Stick an alert right around 21 to see if it gets back close to that whole number. Yeah, I'm still short PINC. I am still short PINC. It isn't. What do they do again? Well, it doesn't really matter. It's an earnings play, so I'm still short. It's been choppy, but I'm still short. Still hanging on to the short. I'm watching DD here, guys. Yeah, well, I mean, this is, short or long. I mean, there's right now, and then again, the only reason I'm short is because it showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, I mean, this is these two are. If I know I've said this before, I'll say it again. If I only had two scans to look at, it'd be these two, one for the long side and one for the short side. What is just a minute, guys? I mean, but don't just because I'm short. Don't let that influence you that, get out. Guys, MCB, I'm short this one now. I want to see if this one has I mean, I'm just looking left here. Of course, this was the week where all the banks, so well, this week and this week, all these regional banks just got trashed. Wow, go. There's a lot of action. Now, this YGMZ, I think I had this alert because if it takes that out, look left. Yeah, look at this. Oh man, look left on this. This could be the crazier one now for the China stocks. MCB, right? Not NCB. I'm talking MCB. Better in case there is an NCB. Where are they out of? Headquartered in New York. So I don't see that it's a Caribbean bank. Doesn't mean it isn't, but I don't see that it is. One more leg down before it takes them off. Mhm. Love it. Loving it. Look at this, guys. I mean, there was the alert at MCB at 21:30. I didn't take it there. I waited. I mean, that was at 10:09. Now look at it now, and it's all, and why? Well, the banks are still in disarray. But more importantly, looking left had all sorts of room. Yeah, I mean, I don't, Neil, you may be right. It may be a Caribbean bank based out of New York, but it's hard for me to know. I'm just looking at the profile. All right, guys, I have covered some. I was hoping for a 20 break, but I have covered some now. Hanging on to that PINC short. It's really not doing too much, but I have faith in my 10-day daily breakdown. Again, I don't tell anybody to take a trade. I just point out the opportunities. If you've got this, you hear me talk about this all the time. I love my 10-day daily breakdowns and my breakout. And so, I really focus on those. Wow, it's through 20 now. Oh man. Wow, this is a major, major move down now, guys. And there's the wall. Yeah, wall. And there's the pack W. Wow, pack W at $6.80. Didn't realize that. Holy smokes. They came up with their earnings last week, and it wasn't as bad as people thought. I think that was the earnings reaction on the 26th, I believe. But now that FRC is just, I mean, I think people just aren't believing anything anymore with these regional banks, no matter how rosy a picture they try to paint. And now DV, is that another bank? DV? No. All right, guys. So the covering, I'm basically out of the MCB now. Boy, that got down to 19, and as it was starting to move up, so I'm completely out of it now, but I will look at it again if it takes out 20 again. It's taking a little around 2031. Did we figure out why the soft looking screen? Nope. I'm sorry. No idea on you. You know what? Go to Discord. You will, there, I don't there's not that many of you, and you still have 50 screen, or you can still share 50 people in Discord to see my screen. So you can always head over there. I'll give you the Discord link, and I guess it's a much better experience, I suppose. I have no idea though why. There's the Discord link, and everybody says it's crystal clear, and even the audio is a little bit better. Well, let me try it again then. Let me try it again, because you're right, it does go auto. So let me try that again. But somebody said it didn't really make that much difference. So let me do another. Attempt. This is the problem. Sometimes I don't get the same, I don't get the same. I don't know why it doesn't switch, and that's not the issue though, because I don't know why it doesn't switch to the actual to this. Well, not that, but what I'm actually displaying in YouTube. Give me a moment here. I don't know why that happens, but quality auto. I'm going to go to. I'm going to actually just. So I just okay. So I just clicked on 1080p. I didn't do it in the auto fashion. Tell me if that makes any difference. And if that makes a difference, and I'm just going. Oh, the user setting. Oh, but somebody said that they're on 1080p. And it didn't matter. I think they know that. So if you're watching me on YouTube, make sure that in your YouTube settings it's 1080p. But I don't think that's the answer. Okay, let's see. DV, did it move? Well, how I use it, I mean, it's just, I don't get too many of them, right, James? So, I mean, I just basically, and I don't like taking them too early. I like to wait 15 minutes, okay, unless the stock is at, now, this is just me. If it was an all-time low when I got this, when I say TVTX, if that were an all-time low at 932, then I might look at it a little more closely. But typically, I do wait about 15 minutes, and then I see how are things setting up. And so the MCB was really interesting to me because, of course, the regional banks are disarray. And looking left on that daily chart, look at all the room it had. So, and I'm so I mean that's how I trade. And here's the DV. Do I like it right now? No, because it's too a little too choppy. I'm looking here on the daily chart on the 15-minute chart, way too choppy. So just because I get an alert doesn't absolutely mean I'm going to take the trade. Okay. On the upside, it's sort of the same thing, but you can see how few alerts I get. So I can spend time analyzing it a bit, and sometimes sometimes they'll set up better later on. So it's a matter of definitely putting something, maybe if I thought, for instance, TIRX, if I wanted to get into this TIRX later. I mean, I didn't take this one. I mean, 934 was too early for me, but 407, if you're not as conservative as I am, you took that at 407 at 934. I mean, obviously it would have been an awesome trade, but it's not my style to take these so early. But if TIRX now that I know about it, if it pulls back to maybe a certain level, maybe to the VWAP 557, which it looks like it did, bounces off. But understanding, I mean, it's hard for me to concentrate, when I have no problem answering questions all the time, but I mean, I'm obviously if I weren't moderating the room and answering questions, there's MCB coming back down again. Probably all I would do is just devote all day long to find ways to trade these. All right, guys. So I am still in the PINC. And again, why? Well, there it was, 28.49. And I'm still, it's a little bit choppy and all, but I'm still in it. Just see if it really takes out 28. So that's all I'm in right now on a short. Workhorse, haven't seen this one for a while. This is a huge high flyer way back. WKHS. Okay, so Adam, when you download one of my links, you'll only see, because if you've just done it now, you will not see all of the earlier alerts, okay? So you'll only see probably the last one or two. You just have to wait, for it to for filter values to be met. And then if you're talking about the momentum up as an example, so you will not see the entirety, okay? Because you just downloaded it now. But tomorrow, if you load trade ideas before the market opens and you save the layout, save the scans, you'll start seeing them as I see them. Okay. Well, you can still hang around, Adam. I mean, there will be more alerts over the course of the day. You can still hang around. All right, guys, I keep waiting on the DD to see if it takes out that 63 level. Still have my eye on this as a potential short. Like what I'm going to do is just stick an alert right at 62.94, which looks like that's the low of the day and the low of the pre-market. And why am I somewhat fixated? Well, it's an earnings by number one through the 200 day moving average, number two. And when I look left, it still has some room to run if it wants to. 60.77 is the next low looking left. Wow, this market has just sold off from 9:45 on, guys. 9:45. There's the opening sorry, 9:30 on. It is just sold off. Look at the Dow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Nas, so everything is just getting trashed here. And Patience pays off so far on the PINC. Patience paying off so far. Well, I mean, the pink, I mean, yeah, I guess it was a good call. It just took a while. But now I hope Gonzalo, I hope you're not still short or long, pink, PINC. Can you delete an item from your, I don't understand what you mean by deleting an item from your cloud. You mean like a symbol that showed up? I don't understand exactly what you mean by that, Adam. Can you delete an item from your cloud? I don't know exactly what you mean by that. Talking about like getting rid of something from your cloud? Is deleting something like a scan, a link that you've loaded? I mean, yes, if that's what you're talking about. File load from cloud. So here are some of mine things I have in the cloud. I highlight what I want and I delete it, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, okay. So just do exactly what I just did. Okay, so file, load from cloud, find whatever you want to delete. Okay, so highlight it, and then you have the delete button. Now you can delete whatever you want from your cloud. Okay. This DV has no, it has a little bit of room. There's a 200-day moving average. What is it at 26.54? So about $1 away. But it's so choppy. I know it's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but it is so choppy right now. I'm just going to have to forget about it. Okay, Adam, just go to my homepage. Go to my homepage, and the links are there. Okay. Here's my homepage link. So when you click on my homepage link, let's see if, okay, so you'll be right to the top. So you'll see this, move down, click here on my scan section. So this is the race I'm sharing right there. This is the race. And this Momo is essentially this. Okay. There's a slight difference, but I mean, that's essentially that. So those are those two. And then if you want my single stock window, there's my single stock window right there. And there's halts resumes right here. So pick and choose, pick and choose. I have other scans I'm sharing, I mean, I keep talking about my 10-day daily break out and down. I'm not displaying it. It's on another monitor, but there they are. Okay. Halts resumes. I'm, right there. Halts resumes, Adam, and my single stock window. So single stock window and halts resumes. Now you can make your own charts. Okay. All right. So PINC just popped up again over. So I have decided that that's it for me. Looked really good. It was underneath 28, so I've decided to turf it. If it, I mean, did okay on it, nothing great, but if it decides to take out 28 again later on, I may re-enter that short. So what I'll do is PINC. Let's get it on my chart, and oops, PINC, and put an alert down here at 2803. Still a little choppy. It is a trouble bank in the Caribbean. Okay. And that Neil is saying that MCB has got something to do with the with the Caribbean. All right, guys, for you bounce players, take a look at IEP because IEP now is challenging the VWAP 43.34, 43.34, challenging the VWAP. So again, hammered down by Hindenburg, a big short seller who dumped all over this company, IEP. And that caused huge, I mean, that's still down 14%, but now getting close to the 200, sorry, to the VWAP. And let's see what happens at the VWAP. Does it stall at the VWAP and then bounce back down, or does it tear right through it? So I can just put an alert around the VWAP area and see what happens. And that is the IEP. Well, that DD for a pretty big stock is just hanging around doing nothing. Just waiting for a 63 break if it happens. Now, listen, it may have the big rebound. I mean, there's the VWAP though, 63.88. So we're right between the 63 and the 63.88. So I'll stick an alert around the VWAP area and see if it takes it out later. Disappointment with the CHGG and just never really wanted to break down through 9. And there's the PAC W continuing or just resuming. Okay, guys, so there's IEP right at the VWAP, 43.34, right at it. Well, let's see. Does it pop through it or does that stall it? And does it move back down again. Look, Blackstone Minerals. Look at this one just tanking here. Not a huge amount of volume, three times normal, but not a huge absolute volume. Big float, 167 million in the float. It is an earnings play. Okay, now DV is deciding to move down a little bit. I just don't like it. I find it a little too choppy. And let's see. So it has about $1 until that 200 day, but I'm not feeling it for this one on the short side, even though it came from my 10-day daily breakdown. Chloe, my little dog, is just so happy to be out. Okay. Um, okay, guys, what time is it now? Wow, this has been a fast morning. So I will go over some of the stuff you'll find on my homepage, including all the scans that I'm sharing. And of course, how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Excuse me. So you click on my homepage link. This is what you're going to see. It'll be right at the top here. So here is a promo code you can use. So it is MAY letter O, okay, not zero. So Mayo, as in Cinco de Mayo. So Mayo 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Give you an idea about what Trade Ideas costs. 4 plans. We have the annual premium, annual standard. Excuse me, annual premium is 2,000 less than 25%. Annual standard 1,000 less than 25%. The difference is basically these alerts that you get, okay? And how you trade them will be up to you. These are automatic though. I mean, you don't have to do anything. You just wait for the alerts to happen. But how you trade them will be up to you. Okay. And I know we used to allow auto trading, no auto trading. If you're not sure about this product, do not start off with an annual. You can try us out on a monthly basis. 118, 228 standard premium, less than 25% for the first month only. Okay. And if you maintain a monthly subscription, which is fine, this is what you pay going forward. Now, if you take out a monthly right now and you decide within 30 days that you'd like to have an annual, then we'll honor the 25%. And also this applies to anybody right now with a monthly subscription. If you'd like to take out an annual, we'll honor the 25%. Okay, so it's not just for new customers. And of course, the reason to take out an annual, if you've got the cash up front, it makes your per monthly cost cheaper. But, if you want to stay on monthly, that's fine. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Okay, runs you through your download and install, your first startup and login toolbar. Talks about alert windows and top list windows, introduction to scans, etc. Okay, so that is you've got to do that first. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Next, if you are new to trading or you're looking for a bit of a refresher, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. And Michael, by the way, will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. But he put this course together. So and it's free. I do a stock of the day video. That's free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Big education section is here. So here's our user guide. There's that getting started again. So at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is. And if you want to find out more about stock racing, please click on this. This has 4 videos showing all about stock racing. Here's your race startup, race configuration, etc. These are clickable. Okay. I'll go over my race in a bit, but the guide is excellent, I think, because you can't remember everything I'm going to talk about. So that's why we have a guide. I wonder what that alert is. DD. Just give me a moment here. Now, the other thing is price alerts. Now, you notice what happened. This is very timely. I put a price alert for DD at 62.94, and because I had my price alerts window minimized, just minimize it. When I get a price alert, it pops up on my screen so I cannot miss it. I sort on the trigger time column, so I'll always see the price alert, the last one right at the top. And I also even put a sound alert on it using our actions and sound, setting up this because, I've got a wireless headset. So if I wander away from my computer and I hear that unique sound that I use for my price alerts, and when I say unique sound, that's the whole idea of our price alerts. You put a different sound alert on your different windows. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. So I know what my price alert is. Okay. And it's very simple to do. I should demonstrate because I think it's something that people maybe don't do enough of. But let me just get back to oops. Okay, so now back to the user guide, which I showed. Here's that getting started series again. So here are the daily support sessions. So as I said before, I take a break between 12 and 1. And in our YouTube room, one of the other traders takes over. And today is Tuesday, so Michael Noss's time. And before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over there and listen to Michael if you want to. And then last, my scans. So again, if you're just looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, scroll down, and here are the scans that I'm sharing. All right. Oh, PINC probably is down again a little bit. So pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. This kind of gives me an idea about obviously what's moving up or down actively. Okay, that's why it's called that. So that's how I kind of set up my day a little bit. Doesn't necessarily mean everything that I'll see that is active up or down is necessarily going to follow through, but at least it gives me an idea about some of the things that are happening. This is the race that you see right here, the biggest large cap gainers from the open. That's what you see here. I've showed you the 10-day daily breakout and down. This Momo is in essence this one, momentum up. And there's the Halts resumes is here. And my single stock window. Single stock window, understand that this is what I like to see. All these are filters, okay? So this is what I like to see, but you may have a completely different take on it. Maybe you want to see more financial information. And so because these are all based on all the filters that we have. Okay, these are all the different filters that we have. So if you, for instance, were more interested in the financials or fundamentals, we've got market cap and held by insiders, institutions, cash, and all that. I personally don't care about that, but you may. So this is all customizable. Minimize this again. Meanwhile, I hear QH is on the move. Okay, guys, so I see that IEP is trying to hold the VWAP. IEP is trying to hold the VWAP. Now, if you're going to listen, if you go listen to Michael between 12 and 1, he's going to hammer the point home that you must have a trading plan. Okay, and that's why we have a simulator. You can practice trading, and your trading plan can be, things as well as simple as, I've only got an hour that I can spend trading, at the beginning of the day, and then I have to go to work. Okay, then at least that sort of gives you an idea, or gives yourself, okay, then that means you're going to have to be very active in the first hour, as an example. I only like to see stocks between a certain price range. Okay, well, you can do that. I need a minimum volume of a certain amount. And also, I wouldn't mind seeing stocks that are pulling back to maybe a moving average, or to the VWAP, or maybe stocks that are near the high of the day and break out to new highs. Has to be part of your trading plan. You have to decide how you want to trade. I know how I like to trade, but doesn't necessarily mean that that's how you should trade. And Michael will be very adamant about that. Too many people, I think, just, "Oh, I think I like this." They don't know why though. Why do you like it? Well, I don't know. I read somewhere on Twitter that it's a good company. Well, I mean, if that's your plan, fine. And if it works, great. Okay, but I'm afraid to look at QH. Let's see. No, okay. I thought it was even higher. Well, yesterday did get up to 540. So let me just quickly go over, in general, what Trade Ideas is. And, there's a big difference between ourselves and a lot of the free stuff and the paid stuff that you see out there that are screeners. Okay. We are a real-time alerting service. I mean, we have screening. We have to have screening because otherwise, you don't want to, be able to whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. But we are a real-time scanner. So what does that mean? If I click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar and then show more, hopefully I don't get hung up. I'm going to click on the momentum channel just because it's pretty active, give you an idea. So this scan right there is in essence the one that I'm sharing, okay, on my homepage. That's called Momo. So P triple I. So at 1056. So this is now let me explain why you're seeing why are you seeing P triple I here? Well, if I right click and click on the summary. So this is the screening aspect. Okay. I only want to, in this scan, I want to see stocks between $1 and $50. The current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. Minimum 100,000 shares. And this gives it the momentum. Okay. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. That's why we call this a momentum scanner. So if these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So since I just loaded this, it's now 11 o'clock Eastern time. No stocks have met these filter requirements and made a new high. Okay, so if you're wondering, well, wait a minute, why isn't it? Why is nothing else happening? Well, that's the reason. So, but these are all real-time alerts. So at 1056, when P triple I made a high at 161, that was a new high for the day. Okay, and that is what we're really, really good at, is our real-time alerts. And again, if you go through the different channels, we have different scans that we've created. You can take a look at them. That's why we've done this. So that, I mean, if you're a person that really doesn't want to your own scans, create your own scans, but you look at this one, you say, well, I like it, but, oh, there you go. So this must have just made a new high. Okay, P triple I just must have made a new high, 165. But if you like this, but you say, well, I don't like the price range though, no problem. You can, of course, take any one of these values. And I'm not, listen, this is not a course on how, everything about trade ideas. I'm just, because all this is in the guide, but I'm just trying to show you how, of course, you can take a scan that we've created or one of my scans, and you might customize it a little bit to your style of trading. And your style of trading might be, I like to see stocks between 10 and 100, or I want to see stocks between 1 and 10, or 1 and 5, up to you. Maybe I want a different minimum volume, things like that. So, and when you get used to using trade ideas, you may see a filter. Boy, I wouldn't mind adding that filter to this scan. Or maybe you don't care about a filter that's here. Take it out. Okay. Now, if you want to build your own scan, of course you can. Right click, configure, and instead of summary this time, I click on search. And here, and please listen really carefully. Do not get hung up on all these real-time alerts that we've got. All these icons that you see here, these are all the real-time alerts. And if I scroll down, these are all the filter icons that we have. You don't have to learn them all. You know, I probably use less than 1% of these, and I probably haven't looked at most of them. I kind of, I'm interested in price range and volume, and I have a very simple style of trading. So, but why do we have so many? Well, when the company started about over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to go through the rigors of having to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So they had to create, as a lot of different alerts, a lot of different filters, so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So do not get hung up on, as that's a common thing. Oh my gosh, how am I going to learn your program? There's so much to it. Well, I think people get overwhelmed by how much we've got, but you don't have to learn everything. You see Feng just showing up now? Okay. And see what's happening. Why is it showing up? Well, look what's happening on that 15-minute chart. And again, real-time alerts, real-time alerts. Now, what you're seeing here, I'm going to go over the simulator in a bit, but I want to just talk a little bit about the race that you see here that is called Large Cap Gainers from the Open. And I mentioned this yesterday, and I'll mention it every day. If you're new to trading, I would probably concentrate on something like this. These are really fun and exciting, etc. But if you're a new trader, you really got to know what you're doing. And even if you're an old trader, it's difficult. Okay, these are not easy. These are fast momentum type trades with low floats, and they can do very crazy things. Yeah, it's wonderful when you're in them when they're going higher. But if you turn your head just for a second, they can just drop like a so quickly. So, again, they're very exciting. This is a little more boring, but if you're new to trading, probably this is where I would start. So, why are we seeing these stocks here? What does it all mean? So every rate starts from a top list window. Now, with the market being down so much today, there's not many stocks in here. Why? Because this top list window is based on this. I right click, configure, summary. So if the stock is between 10 and $80, the volume is at least 500,000 shares, up 2% from the previous close. That's the reason why there's not too many, because with the market being down so much, probably not a lot of stocks up 2% from the previous close. With a market cap of 500,000,000 minimum and 50 million minimum in the float. So that's why you see these stocks here. If this were a more positive day, this window would be full. I'd have to be stretching it and stretching it so you could see all the stocks. So before we had races, this is how you would use a top list. If you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most from yesterday's close with those filters, a minimum volume and all that, if I had it as a column header, which I do, is that little C percent is the change from yesterday's close. I could double left click on it and I can see reel was talking about TAP. I can see that TAP is at 9%, 9.7%, and AVDL 9.4%, etc. Okay. If I want to see the stock that has moved the most from its opening trade, as long as I have a column header like that, and I can just again double left click and I'll see it. So there's the AVDL, 9.2%. Now imagine this list was a lot bigger though. What if one of these, what if let's take a look at Uber. Uber is only 0.8% up from the open. Okay, so it's opening trade, it's only moved right now 0.8%. But what if all of a sudden it started to really move? 0.9%, 1%, 3%, 4%. But imagine it was way down here on the list, you could never see it. And that's where the races come in. Now you can create your own top list, but I'm just trying to show you what this one is and the other one that I share. But you can create your own top list, with your parameters. You may want something completely different to see stocks between $1 and $10. You don't need a big market cap, but that's up to you. I'm just showing you this particular one. But know that every race starts off from a top list window, because if you right click, launch the real-time stock race. And that's why we're seeing this. So what is the race actually doing? So again, the races, and in the guide, go to the TI stock racing section, and we have the 4 videos, and we have all sorts of explanation about how you can create your own race, etc. So I run 4-minute races. I chose 4 minutes. No real reason. I could have chosen 5. I could have chosen 3, 10, but I chose 4-minute races. That's what I like to run. So at the beginning of the race, now we're another 2.5 minutes left. Excuse me, in this race, or 1.5 minutes left in this race. So what happens is that the stock that is moving the most, meeting all those filter requirements, you'll see it at the top. But you'll see, if a stock is all of a suddenly starting to move, you'll see it starting to move up. Okay. So right now, since this race started almost 3 minutes ago, Riot has moved the most since the race started. Okay, it's up only 0.74%, but that, since the race started. Now, the other race that I share, way more volatile. You'll see stocks that are moving 10, 20, 30% sometimes, but with volatility on the way up comes huge volatility on the way down. That's why I'm saying perhaps, if you're brand new to trading, I would concentrate in something like this, which is, a little, well, not a little, it's a lot less volatile. So what happens is, over the course of the day, the stocks that win the most races form a top 10 list for you to watch. So AVDL is in the top position because it won six races. Okay. Riot could win this race. Looks like it probably will. It's at 2%, which is a pretty big move with that market cap and all in less than 4 minutes, or almost 4 minutes. And now, and there's Riot right there. You see it has already run 3 races before. And what time is it? 4, 3, 2, 1. So you can see it won the next race. So now it's won 4 races. That 3 will change to 4. So this is why I'm saying you can follow these stocks all day long. So what do I really mean by that? Well, let's click on Uber as an example. So I look at Uber and I go, okay, great. It had a nice pop on the pre-market. I see that it's an earnings play, so it should be active all day long. The VWAP is at 35.01, so it's a little bit above the VWAP, and if you have some kind of a trading plan that says, you know what, maybe I'll wait if it tests it again, or maybe I take it right now and put my stop at the VWAP. You can try stuff like that, and that's why we have a simulator. Okay? That is exactly why we have a simulator, that you can practice trading. And you have to practice trading before you commit money to the market. So let's do this one with Uber, just for fun. I'll take 100 shares. I'll buy, what's the spread? It's a 1 cent spread, so I'll buy it, send it. Oops, sorry, I have to check my account. I'll explain all this. So I'll buy it. Send it. So now I'm in Uber. Okay. So what did I say? Now this would be I'll put my stop at 35 and see how it works. That's all you can do. You know, you might want to become a like some kind of a VWAP player, something that goes through the VWAP and put your stop near the VWAP. And I know that the VWAP changes. So I mean it's not ideal, but practice. Okay. Let's see what happens with Uber. Now, if I don't like it right now, if I say, you know what, maybe it starts drifting down, I can flatten it, which gets me out of the trade, or I can get it to half my trade, or I could double my position. What you're seeing here with GME is a long-term short that I've had on this one. Entry was 22.94, 18.20 now, so up $2,300. Okay. This IDYA, sort of another longer term one that I took at 1962. It's at 19. This could still be interesting, guys. You know, this had a nice little day yesterday. You know, this had the financing down here, which is why it got hammered down. Had huge days. Lots of big price targets were put on this. So I thought, okay, why don't you take this in the simulator and hold on to it and see what happens. So if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, if I don't get out of this Uber trade at the end of the day, in other words, if I don't click on it and flatten it, then it becomes a swing trade. Okay. The only way I use I don't call it Poly anymore. It's a watch list. That's all and I really wish if I'd been paying way more attention, I would have liked this INMD. Why? Because it showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown also. The time 34.22. So this actually was a little earlier. And this I would have loved to have paid a lot more attention to this one. That's how I use it. I don't take every trade, of course. I just use it like a watch list, and there was no auto trading. Okay. It's to me, it's just another watch list. And how to use this brokerage plus window, that this is what we call this brokerage plus, this big blue window. First of all, you have to be using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available, as are the races, not available. And I'm going to put the brokerage plus link in here. Anybody in our Discord room? If you are, just put in the general market, say yes. All right. So there is the brokerage plus link. So there are two videos in that link that I put in. If you have an interactive brokers, there's a short video which shows you that if you have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas if you want to. Okay. So you saw that trade that I just did in Uber. You could do it manually just like I did it. Okay. And if you were connected to your live account, then you would see it and be in your account also, obviously. Okay. But how I like to demonstrate its use, of course, is as a simulator. So to load Brokerage Plus, you just click on New and then Brokerage Plus, and the window will show up. This is what you would see. Okay. It would be not connected. It would say not connected. Now, if you don't see any of this, make sure you just have to stretch the window out. Okay. Okay. You may say, I don't know how it's loading, obviously, from your end, but just stretch it out until you see the send button. Okay. And then you click on Sim underneath Brokerage Plus. Click on Sim. Now you're in our simulator. And the not connected will turn to account, and then click on account, and then that'll change to simulator. And then you click on simulator trading default. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. Okay. So let's see how this Uber trade is working. I mean, I got in at what, 35.41. So if there are any questions, you can certainly ask me questions. It's been a fast, fast, fast morning. And I'm hearing some stock getting, this is probably another bank. No, ESO. Wow. Ooh, when did this show up on my 10-day daily breakdown? Show it up at 9:33, so it has not moved that much. It's not an earnings play. I don't see that it's an earnings play. Here we go. Pearson drops amid jitters about AI competition. So all these online education companies are getting a little bit nervous about obviously the Chat GPT, and that's exactly what CHGG said. Which, by the way, is trying to get down back to the 9 level. Vani, I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Vani, VANI, the Vani Medical. Wow, didn't see this one really in the pre-market. Well, I could have seen it, but there were so many that I just couldn't. There's just so many I had to look at. But look at the Vani, 30 million in the float, so it's not a crazy low float. And where could it keep going to? Look at the weekly chart. First of all, is this shortable? There are lots of shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. So in case it stalls, I mean, the high right there is 165 on that weekly chart. And then after that is 189. So if it stalls here, there are 455,000 shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. Boy, Pack W, just annihilation. I haven't even looked at Western Alliance, WAL. All right, guys, DD getting interesting to me right now. All right, DD, are you going to hang under 63 for any length of time now? Okay, I'm in this one with a pretty tight stop, guys. Okay, the DD, pretty tight stop. It's either going to stop me out almost immediately, and so I'm in basically where it is right now, 62.95 on the short. Breaking Bad, Mr. Walter White, welcome to the room. I don't know if anybody's in Agba. I've seen it. There's so much happening today. Yeah, the big pre-market. This is not Yeah, it's China, another China low float. There's so many to pick from, you know. So this had, yeah, the big move in the pre-market, pulled all the way back. The VWAP is at 286, so it might stall right there. Well, as long as you had a stop, Alex. Okay. Now you bought it at 5. When? Well, it must have been yesterday. Well, look at this market. Look at this market. What a sell-off. There's your opening candle. So this has been, I mean, if you're looking for trend, well, you know, I know a lot of you don't like a downtrend, but this has been a fantastic trending day, guys. I mean, from 9:30 all the way to now 11 o'clock or almost 11:30. So 2 hours straight down with no bounce. So the issue I've got with DD right now is it's not really following the market that much. You know, I'd like to, I mean, when you look at it, I mean, yeah, it's already was down a lot, of course, because it was earnings, but it's not doing that sort of. All right, guys, 11:25. So why is this happening? A moment, please, guys. Something's going haywire with my linking. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:30, almost 11:30. So just want to confirm that it will be Michael in our YouTube room in about half an hour. New to the platform? Well, first of all, welcome. Welcome to the platform. Welcome to Trade Ideas. So when you say you have the so I have to, okay, are you using our web-based version or are you using what I call the downloadable application? What does your toolbar look like? If you can see my screen, does your toolbar look like this? File, new tools, Windows help account? Yeah, and go over to the, okay, so go over to the Trade Ideas Questions tab. You may not see it. If you can see my screen, see where it says Trade Ideas Questions. Okay, go there and start asking your questions there, if you don't mind. Oh, okay, guys, I'm out of the DD, out of the DD. I'm going to look at it later on, maybe, if it, but it had a little move down underneath 63, but so I'm going to just give me a moment here as I reset my price alert down to 62.80. Maybe it has to take out 63 in a bigger way. Okay, so I'll load the web-based version. I don't use the web-based version, so let's take a look though. Okay, so this is what it looked like for me. So when you say, okay, when you say how to look at the price alerts, okay, well, I don't know what loads here. These are different channels, so I'm just going to click on the momentum channel and see what happens. So here's the momentum channel. So here is an alert for PII as an example. You click on it and it'll load into the, or PIII, it'll load into the chart. So I'm not sure I understand exactly what you mean by you don't know how to see it or, I mean, if you're brand new, what I would do is I'd probably take a look at the different channels, okay? And, these are all scans that we have prepared and you can take a look at them and see if there's something like, if you want to be a momentum trader, but it's just simply, clicking on the alert. Okay. It doesn't happen like that. Okay. The only thing that happens is, just give me one moment, please. Okay. So these are alerts. Okay. And so you have to have some idea about how you want to trade. Now, what can happen is you notice that so when I click on triple I, now I'll have to see if I can get this. You see, there is a smart stop there. So what they're suggesting is that if you took this trade right here at 168, it's hard to see what that number is. So I guess maybe if you, I guess that's one. Okay, so this box. See, I'm not used to the web-based version. So that box pops up, and so that looks like that's at 154. Okay, right there. So it's a suggestion. That's all it is. And they're saying if you took this trade at 167, your stop should be here. Okay. And as far as exit information is, I mean, that really, I don't think I mean, the only exit in theory would be, okay, you get stopped out. But as far as a target is concerned, I mean, they do have a target up here. It's so hard to see on this web-based version. Maybe if I elongate get this a little bit bigger. The target is no big deal because all it is if I got in at 168 and the stop was at, say, let's make the math easy, and the stop, that smart stop was at 158, so a 10-cent stop, it just doubles the difference, saying, okay, if you got in at 168, a target is 188. Does it make that much sense? Not really, because what if you get up to 188 and it keeps moving and moving and moving? You wouldn't get out of the trade. Okay. You have to have some trading experience though, because the other thing is, I mean, if you got into this trade and you looked left and there was a whole bunch of resistance, 172, only 4 cents away, you shouldn't take the trade. But that's why we have a simulator. Okay. You have to have some trading experience. Okay. I mean, it's not just simply, okay, take the trade and blindly follow, what it says. The only thing I would, again, these are just suggestions. I mean, the smart stop is a suggestion. Probably not the worst thing, to look at, but you would have to have a plan that says, okay, do I want to take this trade? Does this make sense to take? They're telling me where the stop is. Does this make sense to take the trade right now? Where can it keep running to before it hits resistance? Maybe a moving average or a VWAP. All sorts of things can happen. So the simulator is here. And unfortunately, if you're on the web-based version, this is not available. You need to be on our downloadable application. But this is our simulator. What you're seeing here, these trades right here, these are all simulated trades. And our simulator uses our real-time data. Okay, and you don't even need a broker. So you want to practice trading using real-time data, but you haven't decided who your broker is. No problem. All you need is our standard service, but you have to be using our downloadable application. Okay. Paper trading. Yeah. Yeah. I call it, yeah, simulator paper trading. Yes. Same thing. Now, are you using the web-based version because you're on a Mac or something, or because if you can use the downloadable application, it's way better. It's more robust. You have more features like the simulator, racing. And but you're not prepared then to use an emulation program? I did show the web-based channel, yes. I'm answering Adam in our YouTube room. It was just one of the channels that I clicked on, that's all. So you're not prepared then to use something like Parallels or some emulation program then? I know that a lot of people who have Macs that trade ideas, that's what they do, but I understand if you're not willing to do that. Now we are still trying to narrow the gap between the web-based version and the app, okay? The downloadable application. The new Mac with M chips don't work well with parallels. What does work well? Is there anything, Jethro? Well, it's very, of course, in a market like we're in, it's very hard to predict, stocks that are going to move for 3 to 4 days. Okay, but if you're looking for, but again, you're in the Mac version. I don't know what you have something called swing picks. You might want to look at that. Okay, you might want to look at swing picks from the channel. I'm not a big swing trader. Okay, so I don't but those swing picks are designed, for longer term holds, 3 to 4 days, well, even longer. But I'm not a big swing trader, so I can't. Wow, look at that DD. That's why you have a stop, guys. There's a great, great. I could have got stubborn and said, you know what? I think it's just going to come back right down back through 63. So why would I have a stop? Okay. And that's exactly the reason why I have a stop, why you should have stops. Now, this should be interesting here. 63.65 is the VWAP. Why is the market selling off today? I don't know if specifically banking concerns. You look at some of these regional banks are just getting absolutely destroyed today. Oh my goodness. And see, here's a classic example of just not being able to pay the attention. But you guys have no excuse. So if you've got this 10-day daily breakdown as an example, look at the TVTX. So there was the alert at 1628, okay, at 932. And it actually moved up a bit. And then it probably hit 1628 again. And now look at it, 1534. I mean, there's a dollar move on a $16 stock. That is a great percentage move. Well, take a look at some of these regional banks, Carl. Look at WAL, which was, in theory, I mean, just pick a regional bank, any bank, PAC WAL, the one that we shorted, well, I shorted earlier, MCB. All these regional banks are, really getting hit today. And I don't know. There's probably there could be some big name earnings plays that are down. Also, I really don't know. Wow. There was Steve being bought out. Oh no, no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Not. This is not. I thought this was IC. The old man on at 1400. Hmm. It is. I believe it's. I don't know if there's anything on at 230. Yeah, I didn't think it was today. Is when I get my little morning brief, and I don't recall seeing that it's Fed Day. So it's today. I'm sorry, it is tomorrow. But Pepe is saying that a 2-day meeting starting today, but tomorrow, obviously at 2 o'clock. Is there a presser at 2:30 also? Do I have a new microphone you are using? No. They might for the last several years. Okay, maybe it's just my voice today. Hi, trouble. Let me ask the question. Generally, do I sound any different today than I've sounded any other day? Those of you who can hear me, no sound difference. Okay, Pepe. Yeah, so it must be on your end, talking candlestick. All right, guys. Well, listen, here that we have the first green candle, maybe, of the day on the SPY. Maybe. We still have about 2 minutes for this to close. So can this close green? Remember, we have been straight down since they opened at 9:30. They sound more mature. Well, let's fix that. Wow. I mean, another one that I just completely, you guys have no excuse. So look at the Feng, 334, and it moved all the way up to 414 before it came back down. Guess what? Low float China. Wow. Oh, man. EVTX. All right. What? That is as earnings on the 4th. So this has nothing to do with earnings today. I see no specific reason. I'm just looking. Travery set back by. Okay, so this was okay. So there was news set back by study failure of kidney disease during drug trial. Okay, I'm sure that happened on IB, or I could have seen it on IB, but those headlines have disappeared now. So that's the reason. So this has been a severe setback on their drug trial. Wow, 32%. Thank you, Liam. So let's look left. Where could this keep going to? So the next low looking left on the weekly chart is about 1370-ish, 1336 actually, 1375, 1375. So this still has some room. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but man, I wish I'd seen that one. Well, it showed up at 9:32, yeah, on my 10-day, and I know I saw it, but I know I said, well, it's too early for me to take it. So I mean, I know I saw it here, and what did it do? It did it pop up to 19, and then came right, and then it came right back down. So it was pretty choppy at the very beginning. That's that opening 15-minute candle. So, but a dommage. Well, guys, DD just took out the VWAP, I think, or is right at the VWAP. And yes, I did confirm it will be Michael Noss in our YouTube room in about 13 minutes when I do take my break. Wow, AVDL. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in. Now look at this. Look at this pullback. Wow. I mean, that's a $14 down to 13.30 or whatever. Big pullback now for the AVDL. Excuse me. I'm going to put the YouTube link in, and you guys can listen to Michael between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Not there yet, but oops, wrong link. Yeah, so much for the big green no, it's a big one, but at least a green candle on the SPY, now being replaced by a giant red one. So that little pop up was short lived. Uh, TVTX continues. The 11th commandment, thou shalt not chase. But boy, it's QH. I see QH up here. Even though I upped the filters in here, it made it harder to see alerts. Even though the market, I mean, just goes to show these low priced, not necessarily low price, but low float, like Stag is not low priced. But these stocks, they just trade on their own. They don't care what the market's doing. These are classic alpha stocks right here, as are these, the large cappers. They're not caring what the market's doing so much. I mean, look at TAP. Yeah, Real's been talking about TAP. So into the VWAP 65.33 held, looks like. Where excuse me, this TVTX continues to just get hammered. Well, it's not a matter. Okay, Adam, could you teach us how to trade short squeeze channel? Well, you have to. I mean, it's not a matter of teaching you. You just have to click on the alert, and you have to have some trading experience, understand what it's kind of looking for. A stock that what you want to see, of course, is a stock that is moving higher, either based on some news that is out there or just, moving on its own, like these China low floats. And if it's got a high short float percent, then, in theory, these people who are short are having to cover their positions and they're therefore fanning more fuel to the longs. They're having to cover their positions and then creating more buying. So I mean, regardless of whether, so it's just a matter of, I mean, how you want to trade them is up to you. But the alerts are generated. It's sort of like saying, well, how do I trade this momentum up? Well, we click on the alert, see what's happening. Does it still have room? All those sorts of things. So, and it doesn't matter whether it's the web-based version or the app, the downloadable application. It'll just show you stocks that have usually a high short float percent, that are moving higher. Will it continue to move higher? Will people continue to cover? I'd be looking to see if there's any news, any catalyst to account for the reason why the stock is moving. But a lot of times you will not see anything again in these low float China stocks. You can ask Michael the same. You can ask Michael the same. Well, Adam. I mean, just because the stock is moving higher and doesn't mean it's going to continue to move higher. You have to have a. I mean, I'd love to say, yeah, the stock's moving higher, so you just buy it. It depends on the time of day you're looking at it. Again, you look left, keep looking left. Does it still have some room to move before it hits? Is it terribly extended? I mean, are you talking about a stock that's 10 5-minute candles straight up? You can ask Michael that question. He'll be there in yeah, a couple of minutes probably. I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room, guys, okay? And I'll keep myself going in YouTube until Michael shows up. Did I short? Hi, Michael. Just no, did I short INKT? I did not short INKT. I'm not even sure I've seen that today. Michael, I understand you're a little bit under the weather for getting there.
I'm battling it. Yeah. The post-convention plague turns out shaking like 250 people's hands can be
Oh
pretty
yeah.
problematic sometimes, but so far so good. Holding on.
I think I've only shaken one person's hand in 3 years. Now I don't meet a lot of people, so maybe that's the reason. But still, I'm yeah, I sort of pull back a little bit. It's crazy. But
Yeah, it's those conferences just wild.
yeah, when you've
Tons
got
and
so
tons
many
of
people all
people.
crammed in there. Excuse me.
Yeah,
All
and
right, Michael,
everyone
I'll let
wants
you
to.
go because this Adam, it's Ting Tam, but his name is Adam. So he's asking quite a few questions, short
Okay.
squeezes, how to trade them and all that. So I'll let you maybe answer those and answer the rest of his questions. Are you good to go till 1 or do you have to leave early?
No, normal time's fine.
Okay. And definitely a little tear for Gordon Lightfoot. Wow,
That's
that was
I've
a tough
got
one for us. I think
in
for the
my
world. I mean,
in my ears all day. I've got a playlist going on from Apple Music.
yeah, yeah. Okay, we will. I'll see you in about an hour then, Michael.
Sounds good. Talk to you soon. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as always, I give this little speech now that the teacher has left. What we do each and every day at noon Eastern is we open up the chat here to questions about trade ideas. So for the next hour, I will be hanging out, answering any questions you guys have about trade ideas, talking about markets or kind of whatever's going on out there. So let me know uh, with whatever it is that you guys want to hear about. So now, from a swing trading point of view, looks like we're pulling back a little bit here on the SPY, but we have FOMC tomorrow, so it doesn't shock me that we're getting a bit of action, right? That we've been. Always got to bring up my Epic pen here. Takes a second to load. I keep forgetting about it. But yeah, we're kind of fighting this level, right here. Came up to it, popped against it, and then a little bit of a pullback right now. But I say this before every big kind of like FOMC or economic meeting or something is put yourself in the shoes about being a large hedge fund or an institution or something like that. And you can either put a bunch of money to risk today, the day right before a giant announcement, or you can put a bunch of money to risk tomorrow about an announcement. So are you going to actually, right? Who's going to put that money to risk today, right? So eh, you know we had I guess an earnings whatever, but I'm just not willing to make today stand out huge in my mind for price action, just because I know there's a lot of the world that's kind of waiting for tomorrow to figure what's going on. So the question, yeah, Patrick, the picture in picture chart. Um, First of all, I love this. This is a great feature. It's one of those that's like, it's sometimes it's not the most complex feature out there. That's the one that you end up really liking the best. Is it's not some radical redesign or something crazy like that. But uh, I don't think it's part of the current release. What we're doing is we're testing it a little bit more internally. So there's kind of, and this is something that's been happening a lot internally, is that we have our old charts and the charts you guys are used to. You can see here, and those are C++ like Windows only base charts. And then we're experimenting with our browser charts, which are right here, which are HTML charts. And the beauty of these, just like a lot of things when it comes to browsers based tools, um, is that we can kind of put them as well, right? So uh, we can put them on the web, we can put them, so as we kind of expand them out, that's kind of the game plan. But yeah, this is a new feature of the browser based charts, which I don't think have made it to the public yet. So I'm sure you're seeing them a lot internally, and if you follow me and other people on Twitter, we're kind of posting them a lot because I really do like them um a lot. But we need to make sure that everything's kind of working well, because it's a dramatic, it's not like we're just adding these picture and picture based charts. We're doing a pretty dramatic redesign to our kind of charting platform as a whole. So we really want to make sure that we're not breaking anything before we send them to you. So um, yeah, super excited for them. Can't wait for them to come out. We're definitely working on that for sure. Just know that it's kind of it's we're not going to rush them just because we're worried that if we release them to the wild, even in a beta, we'll end up we could crash something, right? So basically, when you're seeing us playing with stuff, it's like early alpha, for anyone who understands like the dev process, right? These are very raw, and it could just kill the system. And then when we bang on them internally for a while, if they look good, then we can just kind of push on and say, okay, now we'll release it to a public beta and have you guys play with it and report any errors or anything that come in, and then we'll put it into the public release. So I'm not too sure when the HTML charts will be out there, but it's going to be like a big update. So we want to make like really, really sure that that they're kind of working the way that we should. Any thoughts on Tools and Tactics for Master Traders by Oliver Velez? Oliver Velez is interesting. I would look into his history. I think he's gotten in trouble a few times for being, uh, maybe, I don't quote me on this. I just remember hearing kind of rumors that he may have gotten in trouble with the SEC a few times. He's been around for a while, so maybe he knows what's up, but I don't have any experience with him, no, personally. He's primarily a day trader, and I think he's one of those guys who just adds into losers until they turn around from a few YouTube videos I've seen, so be careful. But he is an OG, right? He's been doing it for a long period of time. So kind of just be careful, right? Do you have support and resistance features? Well, you can draw them in, yeah. Um, if you want to know, right, you can just right click on the chart for if you're talking indicators and that kind of thing. Just right click on the chart, click indicators, and if it's in this list, we got it. If it's not in that list, we don't. But yeah, I can you can draw your own support resistance in. You can set alerts for when it gets to that price, all that kind of stuff. But feels like a different breed of traders enter the game when FOMC is not. Yeah, well, you got to think that you, I talk about this all the time. Our edge over institutions is not better research, it's not, more knowledge, it's not better execution, it's not any of that stuff. Yeah, no problem. Again, uh, I can switch back and forth because I'm using the new charts, which will look a little different. But in the old charts, there's a little pencil. You can click that. You can draw horizontal lines. The new charts, the drawing tools are way way better. We've got like the ubiquitous CMT curve tool, which I had them build in. We got lots and lots of cool drawing tools that are coming in with the new charts. But yeah, so when you have these, the large institutions that take long periods of time to enter and long periods of time to exit trades, then you can kind of bet that if there's a massive binary event that's coming out in a few days, then they're just going to wait a day to make the trade. They're not like us that are trying to make money every single day or trying to scalp out money, right? They're making big bets one way or the other. So if there's a whole bunch of information that's going to be uh, given to them tomorrow, well then we'll probably just wait for tomorrow. So what you end up getting is you end up getting a lot of day traders and prop traders and things like that that can really cause like wild whippy moves in the market, or like what we saw yesterday. If we zoom into yesterday's candle, um oh, we're on a weekly. Switch that. Right, so we had this little topping tail yesterday. It broke through that resistance and got slammed back down. I've personally noticed a lot of that kind of stuff before, like big FOMC numbers or CPI prints or something like this. It's just people that don't really feel like committing. Um, that kind of thing, right? So, it's what I always just like to put myself in the shoes of the big guys. I mean, we also have the Bollinger Band width here on the bottom, right down here. So you can see we're kind of the lowest we've been in a while, which basically just means that volatility has just been really, really contracting. And, when you see volatility really contracting right before a massive event like that, you can kind of expect that something big is going to happen. So we need to push through them. Um, to get something going, something interesting going on. And to be honest, right, if it's this is why I think the news is interesting, because if you were to read or have someone read the news to you and say FRC, right, First Republic Bank's gone, a bunch of banks are gone. Then we have Bed Bath and Beyond, which is now dead, and that's a giant retailer. There was another one that was in trouble today. Is it Pan B or Pan W, or is it Pan something? Pan W is Palo Alto Networks. There was another bank too that I saw all over the news that this one that was down like 30% today. So if somebody told you just the news and you didn't look at the chart at all, Act W. Yeah. So that one's another. And again, I don't follow any of their stuff. I don't think there's any value to it. Just stay at a stuff that's in downtrends and you avoid all this stuff. PACW. Right. So with all these banks going under, I break. This is the problem with new stuff. There we go. Yeah, with all the talk about banks exploding and this going under and that going under and again Bed Bath and Beyond, a large retail going under and AMC in trouble and all these different things. If someone said, okay, well, what do you think's happening to the market? And you never saw a chart, you'd say, okay, well, the SPY is probably getting hammered and we're probably down 20-30% on the year and we're actually up on the year, right? This is the beginning of the year right here. So we're actually up pretty well this year. So it's one of those. As a technician, I don't care about the news. I care about the market's reaction to the news. And the fact that, again, if you just read the headlines, if you're one of those people who got just sucked up in the headlines, you would think the whole world's coming crashing down. We're doing fine. Like, the market's up on the year. I was reading JC put out a stat that it's like 800 of the Russell 3000 is up over 10% on the year. So the market's going well. It's just these individual pockets that don't seem to be so far pushing on to the rest of the world. So we need to kind of keep that in mind. As long as we continue to be in an uptrend and we continue to kind of hit at this resistance point on that uptrend, and that again, we just need to keep in mind what's actually going on, not what the headlines are trying to say. And we have gold, right? Gold's looking really, really good today. I actually picked up a little bit of gold just before this live stream. We've got this. I use GDX. I find the gold miners react pretty well. We have this prior high here in January, and then we have that high that goes all the way back to last June. We've hit that. Now we're bouncing off there as well, right? So, again, it's one of those. It's the idea behind relative strength is you just want to ignore the stuff that's tanking and that everyone's having a hard time with, and just see if there are pockets of strength out there. And if there are, great. It's funny if you go through TI strength. I see, yeah, and you're talking about gold and the dollar. We'll talk about the dollar in a second, but TI strength is an algorithm that we made at Trade Ideas. It's been proven to beat the market. Just investing in these names that are using an algorithm to find out which are relatively strong, and just kind of cycling into those names. And if you look at it, if we go through the top couple here, right? So AU is number one. That's a gold company. Our AGI, keep switching back and forth here, I think, depending on what's going on. And AGI is gold and silver. AU is gold. I think KCG is gold as well. WPM. Yeah. Wheaton Precious Metals. AIU. I know this one's a gold trust. KOLD is also gold, right? So the top, 10. Oh no, that's natural gas short. Sorry, call it KOLD. But yeah, if you look through the top like 10 or 15 natural gas type plays as or the top 10 TI strength names are gold or gold related, right? Ounce, OUNZ is, I think, gold trust. So I've been long gold for a while. I mean, I continue to be bullish gold and will be bullish gold for a period of time. until it stops kind of showing why. And the main reason is, well, there's two reasons. One, I think it's mega poetic that gold, which is known as an inflation hedge, as inflation was spiking, gold was tanking, right? Doing the exact opposite of what it quote unquote should. And then as soon as we started to see lower and lower inflation prints, that's when gold started rocketing, which, is just picture perfect. Um, and then the other thing is if you zoom out like real far, so let's look at a monthly chart here on gold. This is a really kind of William O'Neill-esque cup and handle right here. I just got back from the CMT conference in New York. So a lot of really, really big names, really well respected technical analysts there. It was a super fun time. And a lot of them were really, really bullish gold. So, a lot of well respected kind of people there. And people were talking 2,500 targets for gold, which would get us, I think, so about 250 on the gold ETF. So it's the gold is very interesting, but what would help gold, to your point on the dollar or in UUP, would be, so for those who don't know, if you want to look at the dollar, ticker UUP is a good way to do it. It's a ETF that basically tracks the dollar versus a basket of other securities. So I think it's mostly the euro, but then there's some pound, and then there's some Canadian dollar and yen, and right. It's like take all of the other ones and pit them against the dollar, and you get a pretty good average about how the dollar's doing. Now, the dollar's still incredibly strong, right? So this is our picture-in-picture chart. So down here is a weekly chart in a line chart that I use as kind of like a general direction, which I like. And then here's a daily chart, which I use for just kind of, hey, what's going on day to day? And you can see we had this insane move in the dollar, right? So everyone's like, oh, the dollar's dead, blah, blah, blah. Like it's just an absolute, I was making memes on Twitter about how the dollar was the real meme stock, right? Ignore AMC and all that. The dollar was where you wanted to be, and just absolute rocket ship. Now we've kind of pulled back a little bit, near this kind of breakout point right here. And then we've just been really, really chopping sideways for a period of time. So the beauty of that, it means that gold and things like that will start moving on their own accord. They're not going to get controlled by the dollar, because when the dollar is ripping like this and gold is often priced in the dollar, even if gold is strong, if the dollar, right, it's one of those things, right? You've got, right, a lot of people say, oh, well, what's, gold, right? But it's not gold that you're looking at, it's gold over the US dollars, right? Because gold is generally priced in USDs. So what happens is if gold's rocketing and the dollar's rocketing, then gold's going to be just kind of break even. But if gold's moving higher and the dollar's just kind of chilling out the way it is now, then you can have a nice up move in gold. And if the US dollar breaks down and gold is moving higher to even moving sideways, then that's also bullish for gold. So basically, if you're looking at gold, you also have to kind of look at this chart. And I don't, when you see a parabolic move like this reverse, generally speaking, you don't see it just immediately bounce back up, right? It's got to take some time here, or it's got to push a little bit lower or something. But when you have these kind of parabolic moves crack, generally it's not the stuff that you kind of want to continue to buy. So I would expect more chop or sideways action for the dollar, if anything, maybe even more lows. And all of that is good for gold. And a lot of this just comes from I trust TI Strength now, not just to pick names for me, but also to give me clues on sectors and give me clues on what's going on, because I've just seen it too many times. Like during the beginning of the war with Ukraine, it was oil and it was all of these things. During the pandemic, I saw a lot of Netflix and Zooms and Pelotons and everything in there. So it does a really, really good job of just identifying whatever the market isn't selling when they're selling the market. And the fact that it's mostly gold in here, right? There's gold and AEM, and that's a gold one, and this is a gold one, and that's a gold. So I all but, if we're looking at the top 10 here, all but one of them is gold related. Just makes me think, yeah, this thing gold is as of now really strong. And then just looking at the technical patterns like AGI, this is exactly what you want to see, right? Is a big push up, and then when it sells off, it, like how I talked about with the dollar, right? The dollar did this and then it cracked. And it's the same with a lot of the meme stocks, right? We saw, Bed Bath and Beyond, AMC, all this stuff. They do these crazy run ups, then they just crack, right? Where what you want to see after a big run up like this is a more shallow, controlled pullback. Because what that's showing us as traders is that there's people who are willing, they're just waiting for a pullback to buy. The deeper the pullback, the means just they're willing to, they're not willing to pay up at these prices. So the fact that something like AGI had this massive run, nearly what, 30-40% for a gold stock is just wild over a month. And then it pulls back, and it's not able to pull back that far at all, and then it starts turning and coiling back up. To me, that's really, really bullish action, showing that there's people that are hungry to kind of bid at any kind of a pullback there as well. What Steve linked you there is just the support and resistance filter. So he basically just talking about the link he posted above. You can check that out as well. I'm newer to technical analysis and indicators. Put that up so other people can read it too. I've only used RSI and fundamentals. What are the difference between Fibonacci, standard deviation, pivot points? I've read definitions, but it does not make sense. I would highly, highly recommend, if you are new to technical analysis, it means this is great because I don't have to deprogram you from a lot of bad teachings. The using of indicators are something that, especially for new people, get a lot of traction when they get into technical analysis. But for me, they are kind of the worst part and almost detrimental to learning technical analysis. There's nothing wrong with using some, putting a moving average on it. I'm a bit of a purist where I don't really use much of anything. I've got this Bollinger Band width here just because I'm doing some building and some testing. But usually, if you follow me on Twitter and you check out my stuff, it's really, really clean charts. And the one thing that I have to, because you have to know, is that every single indicator out there is built off of price. So then every single indicator you use in some ways as a crutch on price, right? So just some of the examples you gave. So Fibonacci. Fibonacci is just a way to gauge pullbacks, right? The idea between Fibonacci is that, you mark the low of a move and a high of a move, and it marks, basically a third pullback, a half of the move, and 2/3 of the move. And the idea is that you're going to look for shallow pullbacks and kind of buy them, right? And same with pivot points. It's just a mathematical expression of, what last day's price action is going into today. Standard deviation, the same way. It's just saying how volatile is the instrument, right? So all of these things are all derived by price, so they all lag price. And anything that uses price and or volume as an input is going to lag price, right? Because it needs that price in order to do its calculation to output, right? So I highly suggest, if you're getting off the ground running, is you just ignore all indicators. And your focus should be on kind of the tenets of technical analysis, right? And that's trend, right? So you can look at AGI, and you don't need to be a CMT like myself to say, okay, well, we're in an uptrend right now, right? The stock's moving higher, right? You define trends by higher highs, and then higher lows, and then higher highs, right? That's an uptrend. And a downtrend is just the complete opposite. So it's right, lower highs and then lower lows. So that's kind of the first tenet of technical analysis. The next is just support and resistance points, which again, these are a little more subjective, but again, I would look to train your eye. They're not very um, they're not very easy and they're not very reliable to put into a technical indicator because they are subjective. What some people would define as support and resistance, other people wouldn't. But like this, for example, would be a pretty strong resistance area in AGI. You can see kind of one, two, kind of three, kind of four tests of this one level before we finally got through it, and that let us push higher. So that's resistance, and then you could maybe say that's your support right there. It touched that twice before moving higher. Um, and then, yeah, last is just volatility, right? Are the moves small and clean like this, or are they, really wild like that? And by skipping the indicator part and learning to read them by eye, you're basically teaching yourself something that you're then going to have to unteach anyway, right? It's like getting a crutch, and learning to walk with the crutch might be easier. But then at some point, you're going to have to get rid of the crutch anyway. So, if you're willing, I would just highly suggest getting rid of the crutch kind of right off the bat. Um, now, uh, some some books I really do highly recommend. Technical Analysis Using Multiple Time Frames by Brian Shannon as a great, really intro technical analysis book. All right, there's Williams and McGee. There's all kinds of books out there, but I think that one's really good because it's got a lot of pictures in it. It's got a lot of ways to kind of show you what's going on in the individual. Like you can really get a visualization of it, but it's important to note, right, that there's, again, everything is derived off of price, and price tells us everything that we need. Um, so the better you are at just looking at raw price and looking at the story behind price and what price is telling you, the better you're going to be, I think, in the long run, because you're kind of, again, you're skipping getting onto the crutch and then getting off to the crutch. Now, where indicators, in my opinion, have value is um, by helping you filter things, right? So you mentioned you already knew and understood RSI. So you may say, for example, I want stocks that, uh, we have a scan in the system for RSI is unable to get oversold, and I wrote a whole Substack about this. But basically, this will just tell you stocks in which the RSI hasn't been able to get into the oversold territory, which basically just means they're strong names. So for filtering securities, I think there is some certain value to indicators, but when it comes to kind of judging what you're going to do, I think the better off that you're the better off that you're, or the quicker that you're able to kind of get off the indicators, I think the better that you'll be, because then you'll be just much better at reading what's going on with price. And I say it's always, I believe the same is true for technical patterns, right? People, they get drawn into, is this a cup and handle or a flag or a pennant or whatever. But all of those are just telling you what price is doing, right? So this technically would have been a bull flag right here. But really, if you sit down, you say, okay, each candle is just a summary. It's like a battle summary of what happened between bulls and bears. So we had a push off the lows here, a big strong push up on this FLS flow serve, whatever this is, right? And then it just had a nice kind of chill, controlled pullback, and then it broke out of that channel, and then had a nice little push up, right? So just being able to tell yourself or read the price action, I think makes a lot of sense. It's like that scene in The Matrix where the guy's like, "Oh, you know, I don't see the code anymore. I see the girl in the red dress." It's the same kind of thing. The sooner that you can kind of read the price action, I think the better. Again, gets you off those crutches. But yeah, I've got a fellow fan of um, Brian Shannon's book. It was a good one. It was a really good one for people like me who hate reading. I like books that have clean pictures and that kind of stuff, right? I only have VWAP, an EMA, and volume on my intraday charts. Price action is king, followed by volume. 100%, right? Do I believe candlestick patterns are superior to indicators? Well, again, it's all about what the thing is telling you. You know what I mean? It's so, for example, a bull flag, right? The important thing, in my opinion, to do is to demystify all of it, right? There is no none of these things uh, will tell you anything, right? None of them will give you a um, none of them will give you a history, like a perfect signal. They're never going to tell you exactly what's going on, right? They all are just guides, right? So as soon as you demystify them, I think it makes everything better. So uh, I would say that reading price, even through price patterns or candlestick patterns, is superior to reading indicators because it's what's actually happening is price. The rest of it's just derived from price. The What I will say is I'm not again, even as a CMT, someone who had to study all these and write exams about them and write papers about them and all this. I'm not a stickler to a Head and Shoulders and a cup and handle and this and that and the other thing. Again, it all has to do with what price is telling you, right? So Rita, right? We're just looking at this one here. At a gap up, you could look at this as a little cup that happened here on Rita. But basically, right, I just like to tell myself a bit of the story of what happened, right? So this gapped up, it tried to pull back to fill the gap. Buyers came in, it started to push back up. So as it kind of crossed through this high price, maybe this is technically a cup, maybe it's not, right? Maybe, if you get into the actual definitions, they have to be, X amount of candles long, they have to be, blah, blah, blah. But again, I'm just looking at the story, right? What is the market telling me? Well, there was buyers right here. What were we looking at with was it AGI before? Right, and I kind of painted a same little picture there, right? Where we had a big, 40% move, which for a gold stock again is just wild, right? To see the 40% move in a month. And then we pull back a bit and we kind of put in this nice shallow pullback. So again, the story I'm kind of telling myself is you see all the bottoming tails that happened right here on the candlesticks, is that's kind of showing me that there's some buying in this area right here. And then the fact that that's happening in conjunction of an overall uptrend means that there's longer term buying on the side of the stock. And then when it pulls back and it puts in all these bottoming tails, then yeah, this is interesting to me because of those reasons. But again, it's how you translate the message of the market to you, right? Some people use indicators. Again, I think those problem with them is they're lagging and they're a little bit of a crutch. And some people use pure price action. Uh, so my opinion is, you can use moving averages and indicators and things like that to filter things. If you're looking for stocks that are in uptrends, scanning for stocks that are above key moving averages is a simple way to translate the kind of the messiness of price action into a scan. But then as you're scanning through those and you're actually looking at them, I say to focus on price action. Yeah, Chris says Steve Neeson's book about candlestick is really good. And again, the candlesticks are something that are I like because it represents the fractal nature of trading, right? So if we zoom in here a little bit, try to make it a little bit easier to see. But if I just put a simple line here, you can see that there was it was unable. I don't know. Let's call this 1350. I don't know the exact price, but let's say it's 1350 for simplicity. Basically, you can look at the entire trend of the stock and what's going on in the stock by zooming out. But yeah, if you're looking at individual candlesticks, those individual candlesticks can help paint a picture. So, for example, this day, price opened up here, sold off a bit, and then some buyers came in late in the day. And then, right, we open right here, we sell off, and then we close higher. And then the same thing happens here and here. We sell off, but then we close and we sell off, we close above it. And then right here, we sell off, we close above it. So it's just, you can take this and you can say, okay, well, it looks like there's someone buying in this area because every time the price gets kind of below 1350, some power, you'll never know what or who or why or for how long, but someone's buying every time we get there and pushing the price higher. Now, if we combine that with the overall context of the fact that this thing's been just a ripper and it's pulled back just a little bit, and now we're seeing that buying activity, that to me is how you kind of use candlesticks to say, okay, I'm using the zoomed out version of candlesticks just to identify the uptrend. And now I'm using the really zoomed in version of these candlesticks to show me that there is some sort of buying going on in this area. So then, okay, well, when we start to move away from that area, that's where I'm going to take a trade. So you're able to get both kind of a macro view and a micro view at the same time, right? And that's kind of the fractal nature is that each candlestick is just showing you what happened inside of that candlestick. So if you're looking at a 15-minute candlestick, it's showing what happened to the individual ones, right? Hi, Michael. Other than support and resistance for gold on the chart, is the buying of gold inversely related to the market? No, not always. The problem is a lot of those patterns break down, a lot of those correlations. A lot of people, look for like the example I gave is that you would expect if during really heavy inflation, if we go back to the gold chart, if we go back to like really heavy inflation, when inflation was, just absolutely skyrocketing and we were getting massive print one way or the other, you would expect gold to be going up. And that was kind of a lot in this area right here, in kind of the end of last year. And then as soon as those started to reverse, we started to have an up push in gold. So it's yes, but not always. And that's the problem is that you can study market correlations and just understand that like with anything else, you have to layer on price because sometimes those correlations will be true, sometimes they won't. So I don't think it has a inverse correlation to the market. I would say it has more to do with the dollar, right? If you look at the chart of the dollar, it had that parabolic up move during this period of time, and then it sold off a little bit. So I think the dollar has a lot to do with gold. Do I believe there is a place for fundamentals? It depends on what you mean by fundamentals, but really, yeah, for sure. What there are many successful traders that use a hybrid approach between fundamentals and technicals, but it's important that you use each of them for how they make sense. A fundamental pitcher will never tell you when to buy or sell an instrument. Right? You could say, and a good example would be, say, Peloton. Not much happened to the company from when it was 150 to now when it's 8. Right? Not a whole lot changed, especially in, like, let's focus on this area. Not a lot changed fundamentally from it doing this to it doing this, right? Um, so there's nothing wrong with having a fundamental thesis. And again, if you look at William O'Neill's How to Make Money in Stocks, he's kind of like the grandfather of a lot of this advanced technical analysis stuff. He used fundamentals in the way that he wanted earnings growth. He wanted revenue growth as a sign to say, okay, we are revenue is growing, we're making money, and the amount at the rate at which we are making money is increasing. All of that is super important. Then the important thing is that you never let a fundamental story to supersede a technical story. And I'll explain it in the way. So I worked in the hedge fund space for around 10 years, and I got to see how a lot of hedge funds operated. And very common, the way a hedge fund would operate is that the portfolio manager would come up with a thesis. And the thesis may be something like, I think psychedelic drug companies are the future. And then this is an emerging technology and it's going to make a bunch of money. They would have whatever macro pictures, depression is on the rise, blah, 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 blah. And I'm going to use um, this is my thesis, is that, right? So let's just play with that. Let's say psychedelics are the future and they're going to do very, very well. Then they would hand that to a fundamental guy, and he'd say, "Okay, I want you to dive into, all of the psychedelic companies, and I want you to tell me which ones have the best financials and which ones are the best positioned, for all of these different things, like which ones you think will be first to market, blah blah blah, and really dive in on the fundamental side." And then that fundamental trader would then hand that over to a the technical trader, and the technician, basically his job would be, okay, when do you buy, or when do you sell? So let's just use this. Let's say the thesis is that exercise equipment is going to go through the roof, just 'cause we have Peloton here. And the fundamental trader, looks at all of them and says, well, I think Peloton's in a really good cash position and all of this kind of stuff. So the portfolio manager says, we want to get involved in exercise equipment. The fundamental guy says, okay, I think Peloton's the best position to take advantage of that. But then you go to the technical guy, and the technical guy will say, this chart's disgusting, right? This stock's in a downtrend. Um, but if we have this overall thesis, then they would start to apply technical analysis to it, right? So they may say something like, okay, well, I think we need to, at least kind of get above this resistance area right here before we get involved. And then we can put our stop at the all-time lows and see what happens. So you can see how you can kind of layer disciplines, how you can layer on top of techniques to make sure that you have a plan that goes from, here's my idea about everything, into here's the fundamental research, into here's the technical research. And when those stars align, you get a banger. And if you haven't read all the Market Wizard books, I highly recommend them, because you'll notice that they repeat that same thing a lot. The Market Wizard books, for those who don't know, are just books about, like, really prominent and amazing traders, people who have had outsized returns for long periods of time. And you'll hear that repeated a lot, where they'll say, yeah, as soon as the chart lined up with my thesis, that lined up with the fundamentals, and everything lined up, then everything was good. I do kind of the same thing, but more when it comes to first doing uh, the statistical side of things, right? So I mentioned before that Stats Edge Trading, or sorry, that TI Strength uh, it beats the market, right? Just rotating into these strong names over and over again. So it has that statistical edge. So from that statistical point that TI Strength gives us, then we can dive in and say, okay, well, now let us use our technical analysis skills. So I can scan through all of these as well, and say, hey, let the algo spit out the names, but then on top of those names, instead of just blindly following something, let me kind of layer on my chart reading skills, right? And I believe, the whole algo thing gives the edge, and then the chart reading gives you fine-tuned entry and exit points, right? So like AIG, for example, or AGI, I like this one. I'll put my stop right here. I can do all that kind of chart reading as well, right? Um, so I've come to the realization that I'm not smarter than 90% of people in the market, and even the smartest people lose money over time. I want to find my way. Again, and a hybrid approach kind of makes sense, right? To use the late great Bruce Lee as an example, right? His martial arts style was a combination of a lot of other people's styles, right? So, um, I highly suggest doing the same, and it's because something you need to follow. Now, I also understand that you need to understand that it's not a game about being smarter than everyone else. Anyone who I have seen who comes into the market and their goal is to be the smartest guy in the room generally fail. And the reason is that everything that you're doing when it comes to chart reading, fundamental analysis, technical, quantitative, blah, 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 is to maybe give you a very slight edge on the market. Um, what I have always found separates the good traders from the bad ones is, do they have a systematic plan to approach the markets, and how well do they manage risk, right? Some of the trading strategies and algos that I run have, sub 50-50 win rates. One of them as low as, I think, 42% over the long run. But, through risk management, I can say, okay, well, when it hits really good. So I can, try to get as much out of um, the trade and the position as I can. And that's my edge, because you always got to look at it and you say, well, what's your edge on JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, all these kind of stuff? They have more they have more money than you, right? They have more talent than you. They'll pay people, millions of dollars that are right out of MIT and all of this thing to do this advanced studying and algos and blah blah. Well, your advantage is that you're small, so you can get into a position and get out almost immediately, right? So say I buy AGI right here because I like it, and then something happens, for the next couple hours in the day in the market, and it sells down, it kind of closes back in this area. Well, I can just get right back out. I can take a little microscopic tiny hit, and then, say a few days goes by, and then it starts to make a move again, and then I can just get right back in. So I always remind myself that my edge is that I can get in and I can get out when I'm wrong immediately, and then get back in again. I don't have to commit to positions in the way that a large hedge fund or an institution does. Like most of those, they really have to commit. They have to like really kind of put their foot down and say, okay, because it's going to take us sometimes weeks to months to get into position, and sometimes weeks to months to get out of positions. Um, it's a, uh, then I can just switch. I can switch on a dime. I can say, okay, I can get in, and then when it stops working, I can get back out. And a lot of these institutions can't. I feel the same way. It's all a game of statistics and emotions, which is why I hesitate when someone recommends technical analysis. Well, I would say technical analysis does a better job with the statistics and emotional sides than fundamentals. Fundamentals are reported every 3 months on a leg, right? On April 26th of this year, for this guy, they would have reported earnings that would have ended back here, right? So they're talking about what they made or lost during this period right here, right? So there's a pretty sizable lag, not only in time, but the price movement between those two things. Um, and that lag is also doesn't right? Again, there was no real new information given in this period of time between kind of whenever they would have reported earnings last, like right here and right here. The company didn't really release any fundamentals. So what caused the 40% price move in that time, right? So that would have been a correlation to gold, that type of thing. Um, and then,
Michael?
like I talked about here, that you can kind of see the buyer in this price. Well, that's to me more statistics and emotions to saying, oh, we made X amount of dollars 3 months ago, right? Um, the difference that we kind of have there. So, and then again, it's a lot easier to back test, and it's a lot easier to actually know the statistics of technicals than it is fundamentals, right? Somebody tells you that a golden cross, which is a 50 period moving average crossing at 200. If someone says, "Yep, that's bullish," well, you can prove that, right, fairly easily. You could just go back on the SPY and you could plot a 50 period and you could plot a 200 period and you could look at every time they cross and see what happens to price right after it. It's a very testable thing. Whereas, when it comes to weaving a story and fundamentals and that kind of stuff, it gets way more objective. But again,
Michael?
yep,
Oh, you hear me now?
I hear you.
Okay. Well, I'm listening to you, and let's face it, you've heard this before. Way easier to get married to a story than looking at a
Hmm.
chart and I mean that's the whole thing. You listen to these PR guys talk about their company and it's fundamentals, quote unquote. They're painting this glossy picture, really easy to that sounds fantastic. And you look at the chart, it doesn't seem to correlate, but oh well, it doesn't matter because I'm hearing a great story. Whereas the chart really tells the picture. So when Carl says about hesitate when someone recommends technical analysis. I mean, depends on what the recommendation is too. This will
Yes.
always work. Every
Yeah.
time you see this, you pile into the trade with everything you've got because this always works. And that
Yeah.
is wrong also too. And you know that.
Oh, absolutely. And I couldn't agree more. I actually have a rule. Uh, if I ever find myself going on Twitter or stock twits or whatever, trying to find out more about the company, I have to sell it immediately because you're right. And especially in our world of confirmation bias with if you think the earth is flat, you can find a bunch of other dummies that think the earth is flat with you.
What?
The is the same with the story, right? How many people have, if you go and you type in $BBBY right now into Twitter, there's a whole bunch of people convincing themselves that this thing's still going to go to the moon, even though I think it gets delisted tomorrow and it's gone. And there's in chapter 11 cases, it's like 90 something percent of the time shareholders get nothing. Um, but there's these like all these echo chambers of people that are still, they're still gonna convince themselves the best they can. So yeah, anyone can weave a story about anything. It's actually funny. When I was at the 50th anniversary of the CMT, I actually got a book I'm really excited to read that actually goes through the history of the CMT. And Ralph Alcampora, who's the founder, actually spoke against in front of Congress in the United States. I guess they're the people who make laws or something. Again, I don't know anything about
That's
U.S.
right.
politics, nor do I want to. But he was trying between Congress and the SEC was there as well, trying to get the CMT, the Chartered Market Technicians, recognized the same way a CFA is. And a guy held up a chart and he said, well, what's true about this? And the chart had, all these chart patterns and indicators and all this stuff on it. And Ralph grabbed it and he said, this is the only truth. He's like, this is price. This is the value of Bed Bath and Beyond is 7 cents. That is the only truth right now. He's like, earnings get revised. You hear sometimes the economic numbers, right? Like the economic number came out good, but then they actually like revised the last quarters or last year one. So now that it's bad. And like companies revise earnings and they revise earning forecasts, and they just screw with the accounting, and they change whatever they want whenever they want. The only real truth of the market is price. This is what it's trading at. This is what it was trading at, closed at yesterday. This is what it closed at the day before. And these are like a universal truths in the market. So when it comes to, that's always my defense to technical analysis, is said, listen, you can go on and you can paint yourself whatever story you want about the company. You can go through, sometimes earnings will look good, but then there's like they have like a special line item in their accounting statements that right. There's all kinds of, my dad's an accountant.
Buried somewhere. Yes.
Yeah.
You don't really.
My
Yeah.
dad's an accountant. I know there's all kinds of games and trickery and all kinds of stuff you can play with
Hmm.
accounting. But at the end of the day, Bed Bath & Beyond's worth 8 cents, and it's been in a downtrend for like a year, right? And
Well, and
there's
Michael,
nothing that can do that, right?
those people are also, I mean, if talk specifically about BBBY, they're in at 3, 4, 5, 10, $20.
Yes.
They're not saying, well, you know what? Maybe play a bounce when it's at 12 cents. Who knows? It might bounce to 20 cents. That's not their story. Their story, well, we all know what their story is. And
Yes.
but
Yeah.
it's the story is that it's 7 cents right now. That's the story. That's the only thing you have to know.
Yeah, and that's why I love that story of Ralph Elkampor in front of the, because
Hmm.
I guess he completely stumped the guy, right?
Yeah.
As the story goes, that he just, that's how we got recognized, in line with the CFA, is because he pointed at the chart. He said, this is the only 100% indisputable proof, is that the whatever forces out there of supply and demand, however they were trading, for whatever reason they were trading, they decided on this price. And that's what the price was. And that's what the price was yesterday. And that's what the price was the day before. And I have found, the more true I am to just focusing on that price, the better off I do, because yeah, you're right. The rest kind of cloud. I think I've said it to you all the time that I try to actively avoid as much news and everything as possible, because I find it can cloud my opinions. I like, now again, I want to know. I'm not going to buy something when earnings is coming. I want to know these events are going to
Right.
occur. But yeah, the more I research and the more I kind of hear stories and stuff about stuff, the worse I do. The more I purely focus on, buy stuff in uptrends, avoid everything else, the better I do,
Hey,
personally.
Michael, let me ask you a question. I notice you're using the new charts with a little chart inside the chart.
Hmm.
Are you able to? The problem is you probably don't input too many symbols in the chart all day long. You may be clicking, but you're not typing symbols in. Like if you wanted to type Macy's in right now into the chart as an example, um, and you see that was my problem. Um, if I typed in 5 charts, 3 of them would take forever, or just wouldn't do it at all, and I'd have to click on a symbol. I'd have to
Yeah.
click on a symbol, and then it would sort of, I don't know, refresh itself, and then I could type in. And that's why I haven't not been able to use these charts, because it's too frustrating for somebody, because people say, what about this doc, what about this doc? So I'm not able to click because I don't have it, it's nowhere. So have you found that at all, or is that just because maybe you're not actually typing in too many symbols into the chart? You're mainly clicking on an alert.
I'm mainly clicking, but there definitely is some, and I'm providing feedback daily to Tim, who's
Okay.
our chart guy. There is definitely, and that's why one of the first questions when I got in was someone asking about the picture-in-picture charts, and I said, we have room to go before it hits the public. But yes, it is
Right.
it is causing a bit of a lag. Now, again, I love them. I think they're awesome, just because
Mhm.
I want to see the prices as kind of blown up as I can, and then I get like this kind of little look on the overall trend. So I'm excited
Yeah.
for them. But yeah, the HTML charts are still a work in progress. I'd say they're
Okay.
still
Okay.
they're still struggling a bit, and I've noticed that I only have, so I've got, two charts here, and then I've got another doc for my more intraday action. And so I've only got like four charts. And if I close down two of these four charts, things work a lot better. So I do think it's they're taking, too much of a load depending on, and I know
Right.
you have way more charts than I do. So that might be
Actually,
what.
Michael, actually, I have four charts.
Oh,
That's
awesome.
it. Yeah, I just have my SPY, and then I've got the 15 daily and weekly. That's all I'm using for trade ideas charts.
Well, and I think it's funny because, it seems like every year, and that's an important lesson I think for the new traders is I think every year you would say your layout gets simpler and simpler and simpler as time goes on, right?
Mhm.
You're continuously cutting things out of it until
Oh yeah.
and that's something when I would do support and all this stuff, sometimes people would come in, they'd have, you know, 27. It's like what Carl's saying, right? I may have assumed that technical analysis consisted of a lot of indicators, right? There's hundreds and everyone has different combinations. That's part of the problem with technical analysis, and it's part of a problem with trade ideas and all this stuff too, is information overload, right? You can get all
Mhm.
the information in the world, and then yeah, you end up having 16 monitors and they all have, you know scans and all this craziness. And yeah, the more you simplify things, I think the better in the long run.
Now, I have a few windows, but the thing is though they're giving me very few alerts, which is
Yep.
so I've learned to do that. Well, I know my 10-day daily breakout and down, so you don't see
Hmm.
that on my monitor, but it gives me maybe five or six of each over the course of the day. I have another one that gives me maybe four or five over the entire course of the day. So yeah, it's not like streaming alert after alert after alert, which I used to do. I mean, I think, you probably did the same thing when you started with trade ideas. You didn't want to miss any sort of a setup in history. And so you had everything running and getting nothing done, just clicking like my phrase is clicking like mad and getting nothing done.
Yep. No, it's and this is something that I think is super common too, is that every other aspect of life you're in, it's very much a harder harder you work, the better you are, right? Whether it's the gym or,
Hmm.
corporate jobs where it's like you got to
Hmm.
show up early, you got to stay late, you got to make sure you're sending a bunch of emails so people know you're busy. And trading's completely different, where, Jesse Livermore, right, always said the money is made in the sitting. It's very much a game of, I equate it more to something like hunting, where, you get your spot, you have your plan, right? I threw down my apples or whatever it is, and I've got my tree stand. I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna watch this for
Michael, don't
something to
tell me
go
you
by.
kill deer. Don't tell me that you have shot a deer. Okay, don't tell me.
Never, never.
Okay.
But yeah, you have your,
I know you're in the woods of Nova Scotia, but
oh yeah, deep in there. I got more worry about bears than anything else out here, but yeah, it's all with sitting. Or fishing is another one, right? You
yeah,
pick your
patience. Yeah.
fishing spot, right? You say, okay, this is where I'm going to go, this is where I think it's going to work, everything's going to work. And then you're just sitting there and you're waiting, and either something comes along and bites or it doesn't. But like, the more that you try to, the worst thing you could do is just always be zipping around to different spots, because
Yeah.
your motor is going to scare the fish and all that kind of stuff. So that's how I look at trading, is that you make the plan when during the evening or in the morning when the lights are off, or you're scanning gappers or whatever, and then you set up your plan. Either something happens or it doesn't. And that kind of zen attitude to trading, I think, is
Yeah, the
the
only thing I
hardest
would
part,
say is
right?
unless you go to the same fishing spot 10 days in a row and you don't get one nibble. So if you
Yeah.
have yeah, so you might have to change then. But yeah, not intraday, not not 10 different spots during the day, but that I think that's what people do.
No, and
They're
that's what
looking.
I always suggest, that if anyone's going to make a change to their trading plan at all, one good rule for traders is that they only make that trading plan when the market's closed, right? Because then the whole dopamine of everything is subsided, Yeah, you're
Mhm.
right. If you've been using the same scanner for a week and you haven't found anything, that's fine. Just don't in the middle of the day because you haven't found anything, hop over to something else and try to make a trade off it right now. You could sit down and say, okay, it's been a week and my scanner hasn't gave me anything. Now that the day is over or in the morning or whatever, let me go through it and let me try to tweak it and change it. And that's why we have the history feature as well, because you could go back and say, okay, now that I've changed it, what would I have gotten for this week? And then,
Mhm.
at least you're not then emotionally changing things. You're more kind of intellectually and cerebrally after the fact changing things.
All right, Mr. Noss, I'll take over now. I better get back into the other two rooms. So thank you, and we'll probably hear you talk about your the exploits over the last week in our marketing meeting.
I would imagine. I've got a long Google Doc, so I got to charge up so I can talk real quick. But
Okay.
I'll see you there.
Okay, Michael. Thanks. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
All right, guys. Here we go. And then get rid of the announcement. Okay, so what has happened? VNRX, another, actually not a low float. Yeah, you're welcome, Carl. I mean, trading is not easy. It is not easy. Hardest thing other than golf, it's the hardest thing you'll ever do. Look at the market, guys. Yeah, I mean, the market is putting in a mini rally here, not giant green candles, sort of orderly, kind of a mini rally. All right, let's take a look at some of these races and see what's happening, say with I saw this one earlier, FLS. I thought it had a giant, I think, yeah, it had a giant green candle up and then a giant red candle down. And this is an earnings play. So at the beginning at 9:15, wow, euphoria. And then the market opens. Whoops. Yeah, I was talking to Michael in our YouTube room, Denver. So it wasn't really an extended lunch. It was I enjoy talking to Michael on his Tuesdays. So we really get a chance to chat. So okay, guys, FLS. Okay, there's the VWAP. Okay, so it's quite a bit below still. Look at band. Band is almost, I used to see this one quite a bit, but haven't seen this lately. But look at this band, almost a lifetime low, BAND. So C is an earnings play. CSEE is an earnings play. Yeah, looks like 42 is pretty good support. Could be good support. So not interested. Yeah, this has got a little bit of room. The NSA got a little bit of room. This is an earnings play, actually. And again, when I say a little bit of room, all I'm doing, I'm just looking left on the weekly chart to see where the next low is. So, it's 70 cents away. I wish it were further away. Well, at the beginning of the day, well, look at pre-market. Pfizer released earnings, PFE released earnings, shot up, kind of chopped around, Opening candle, 9:30, looked good. Even the second candle, remember this is red, but at one point this was all the way up here to 40. And now, ever since then, basically just moving down. The low looking left is 38.62, so it's basically right there. If it takes that out, then the next low is 38.31. Probably too close, in my opinion. I'd like to see a bigger void underneath for me anyway, where I would take that trade. Yeah, super, as you said, yeah, a super fast morning, lots of action. Now just slowing down a little bit, but you know what happens. I would say 1:30, 2 o'clock. We might get some action, especially on some of these cheaper ones that maybe have not done much over the last couple of hours. And then you know what can happen. I heard somebody or saw somebody talking about this MINM. I mean, that was, huge. I mean, I was on my break there, 12:20 with the alert. 275 was the price. That's when the alert happened, or the price when the alert happened. And then you look left and you can see it got up to 405. So you can see right there. And then, yeah, so this was a green candle. Remember that candle that's red now, that 12:30 15-minute candle. At one point it was green all the way up here before the selling took over. And again, low float, 1 million in the float. This one's got a little bit of room on a percentage basis, guys. This EVER. Um, I mean, it's how much volume? Good volume. It's not an earnings play. Showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 653, so it really hasn't moved. Okay. And in fact, what it did is it actually popped up, but it is starting to come down. When you look left on the weekly chart, the next low is 574. So, that's 80 cents away or so. I mean, that wouldn't be bad. Yeah, I'm not in anything right now, but look at the PINC now breaking down again. The PINC breaking down again, but I'm not in anything right now. Just kind of biding my time, not trying to force anything to happen. Well, I got to do a video, so this one, SIBN, it's an earnings play, had a big pop earlier, 27.26, dropped $3, and now is in jeopardy of taking out that whole number. And then when you look left, 21.9, $22. So it's got a couple of dollars to that next low. It's interesting what's happened to it. I mean, it had the big pop, the drop, a little bit of a rally, and now looks like it wants to drop again. I have to take a look at PINC again because I'm trying to see where is the any support. I went through this exercise earlier. So 2711 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart, and that was back. That's about a little over 3 years ago. So that's in jeopardy. I mean, that's the weekly candle, but that's today. That is today. Look, what a disaster for PINC. Hmm. Now the issue with this one, Sterling, yeah, it's a bad spread. Not very much volume. It is an earnings play because when you look left, I mean, it had the room to 40, but the volume is not great, and the spread 39.19, 39.32. So it's not a great spread either. Too bad. I'm just always just looking for things that have some room to run until it hits the next high, either on the daily chart or the weekly chart. IEP, yeah, IEP is starting to sink again. It's been a choppy one today, but actually, I can't call this choppy really now. Not over the last, not since then, not since really 42. A little over 42. It's been basically straight down. Again, hammered down because of that short seller report. And that happened in the pre-market and then, tried to recover. A couple of giant candles, but another recovery. But the sellers are still in it. Ooh, guess what is underneath 9 now? Okay, guys, I've been waiting for this CHGG to get underneath 9. Now, it may not be dynamic, but it's a huge, like good volume, 28 times normal. Earnings play, but they also said, hey, we're not getting as many subscribers because of chat GPT, GPT, GPT. Stupid, stupid, stupid name. And again, when we look left on this weekly chart for CHGG, wow, I mean, we've got to go way back. You know what? As far as I'm concerned, there's no support. I don't care how far back. You got to go back to 17 or 16. I mean, who cares what happened then? So this is really a this is being this is devastating. And there are a lot of shorts available, interactive brokers, 3 million. So they're this is not helping their cause with so many shorts available. Brokerages around the world probably, well, in the States anyway. Yeah, I wonder why. What, for eggheads? School for eggheads? I mean, I don't, yeah, I wonder what, there's got to be a reason. Oh, yeah, that IEP definitely is more orderly as ever since that candle right up here, right around here, 42.25. And again, look left. Where could it keep going before it hits, oops, before it hits anything? So again, 2020, no, it's below that one. So it's right here. Eyeball this. No, that's not right. I cannot nail this candle here. It looks like the low is about $34, around $34 on that candle right there, which it's hard for me to zero in on it, but it's, it's 3 years ago, IEP. So if you think that is support, well, it's still $4 away. All right, guys, I'll do a video now. Let's see. Did we ever figure out why our was up? Yeah, here we go. This is the classic Benzinga. Yeah, not trading, Looper trading high, not seeing any company specific news to justify the price action. So we couldn't find any news on this one. This was probably not shortable for me. It's not shortable now at Interactive Brokers. I'm not sure it was shortable up here. All right, look at this market. Interesting. Just doing a little slow climb up. Yeah, I mean those guys taking on the bigwig, Mr. Icon, and his IEG. Sorry, IEP. Did I say I don't have moving averages on my chart anymore? No, no. I have on the 15. I've got the 8 EMA and the 10 SMA. I wanted to just compare them to see what how much of a difference there were. And of course on my daily I've got the 200. But if it matches what because remember now I've got pre-market. I think I see what you're looking at. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about that initial run from 10 o'clock to about 11, that 1 hour. Yeah, at 11. Yeah, that's what yeah, I see that. Yeah, looks like there's basically that's where the 10 SMA and the 8 EMA on my chart anyway, that was the area. Well, I put it, okay, on my 15-minute chart, I do put an 8 EMA and I have the 10 SMA. I'm trying to see, the correlation between the two of them. but we can't scan for EMAs. And even an argument to be made right in that area I was talking about, okay, you may got in earlier, but right there when it broke down through the VWAP, 4264, right in that area there, which was, kind of the highs of those candles, and then it broke down from there, and since then, splat. Yeah, I'll use this one as my. Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to do some video. So, time is it now? 13:27. So, 1:37. Hey guys, so I'm gonna put myself on mute. Right, guys, I'm back. Remember, I took this in the simulator, just showing how you can use the simulator to take a trade, paper trader simulator. So that there's the Uber trade in at 35.41, the 36.21 right now. Just took 100 shares just to show how you can do it. Okay, how to practice using the simulator. This one really intrigues me. Okay, this IDYA. I mean, I had a nice day yesterday. Finally, the recovery off its financing. The financing was down on this level. That's what caused the big hit. Okay, it was big day. Some kind of a drug, was met with high favor, and also though a bunch of analysts put some pretty strong forward-looking price targets on this one. And the next day it did move higher, but then they announced the financing, and I think the financing was, let's say 18.15, around 18 anyway. So you can see what happened. I mean, it chopped around even yesterday, got down, but look at this. So this is one of those that you never know, if it really catches fire again, because it's got all sorts of room, but it's also to do with the price targets that some of these, and I think one of them might have been like a Morgan Stanley or a JP Morgan. Can't seem to find them anymore, but it doesn't mean they've yanked them. It just means my headlines don't go back. Huma, Huma. Another one of these. No, it's not China. Okay, Humasite. I have no idea, it's Denver. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, because I don't use it that much. I'm just looking at mine up here. So far it looks like it is working, the profit and loss. So, but I have no ideas, none. Your best bet again is to contact Chris, but even he, sometimes some of these things just don't. He's unable to figure out why. But I'm just looking at my mine here. Seem to be working. Here's today's P&L for GME. Today's P&L for Uber should be a 90. Yeah, that's right. $90, 90 cent on 100 shares. The max P&L, that should refer to what if I got out right at the top penny, what would I have made? And of course, if you hang on to this trade overnight and going forward, this total P&L, that looks right. Let me just do a quick, I think, yeah. So for me, everything seems to be okay. Yeah, that's right on. 2270. Yeah. So yeah, because I just subtracted 2294 minus 1840 times 500 shares. So that is working. Yeah. So it's hard to know why it's not working for you. Any word on Zach? No, I don't keep in touch with, rarely do I keep in touch with anybody. Okay. So I have no idea. Hmm. What if you exit out and then come, oh, you probably have to come back in, right? But if you just X out and then reload it, shouldn't that wouldn't that do it maybe? Because it'll still have everything you've done. Yeah. Yeah, but why does it happen? I no idea. No, but just exit out of Brokerage Plus. Okay, close down Brokerage Plus. Click on that big, excuse me, just click the big X. Okay, and then reload it. So you don't have to close down Trade Ideas, just close down Brokerage Plus. See if, or does that not do it? Ah, yeah, I took it out of the dock, probably for that reason. Seriously. Now, you could just close it down in the dock, and then, yeah, you've got to go through the rigmarole of putting it back in. So you wouldn't lose the scan, other like the other things you've got in your dock, but maybe just take it out of the dock. So, guys, I am still really interested in the CHGG. I mean, it's hanging underneath 9 now, maybe for a late day thrust down. No, it's tomorrow, Mac. Okay, I think somebody said the minute or the FOMC, the minutes are at tomorrow, so nothing today that I'm aware of. I think Denver, yeah, if you update to the latest, like, and it's been like that for months, I know exactly what you're talking about, but yeah, resizing columns now is no issue right now. So I don't know what version you're on. I know when it first came out, the docking first came out, it was a real pain, but right now, I don't think resizing columns is an issue. There you go, real saying it's always on a Wednesday. The FOMC. Are there minutes tomorrow too at 2:30 or not? Or is there a presser at 2:30 also? Or is it just the minutes at 2? Come on, Chegg, leave 9 behind. Thank you, JJ. So there is the press. So we've got two two things to look forward to: the 2 o'clock action, and then the 2:30 action tomorrow. Are you still here? Still in the room somewhere? I guess not. Well, I want a short CHEG around 890. I just set that up. I'd like to short it around 890. I'm gonna leave that 9 behind. May not do it. So, but what I'll do is I'll put an alert down here. I'll put an alert at 893 and see. Oops. Oh, okay. I'll actually make it right for 890. And why I'm doing it, I just want to see it leave that 9 behind in a bigger way. That's all. Oh, another one that I didn't really see. Well, you know why? Didn't do anything in the pre-market. Look at kids, but no, not very much volume. What I'm going to do. Oh, just give me a moment, guys. Made a mistake. There we go. And the IEP continued, had a little wee pop up, but not much. That little candle up here, but yeah, it just continues to make new lows. All right, Chegg, CHGG. Oh, wait a minute now. So this Spruce Point did it on DV also, or today. They also, I don't think they attacked both, did they? Did they do also Carl's company? So who did that one? Who did IEP? Hindenburg, right. Hindenburg. So Hindenburg, and then Spruce Point took on DV today. DV. That was the one. That was the one. That was the email I got that was teasing. Oh, it's definitely had an impact. Circle of life and death. Okay. Well, there are not many left at IE at Interactive Brokers either. Now, I don't know what it started with today, but there are only 9,500 left at Interactive Brokers in terms of shorts for IEP. I don't know what happened earlier. Now, oh, they're 8,500, so a few have been snapped up as we're speaking. Is what I'm talking about. You can't see the symbol here, but it is IEP, and this is the what I use to find instantly, and also it updates as the shorts are being either covered or taken, and that's Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. On EHEG. All right, guys. Well, I'm not getting too many new alerts, and my main focus really is on CHGG to see if it really wants to give up that 9 level. Other than that, I've got a marketing meeting. It's Tuesday, right? Yeah, I have a marketing meeting at in about 8 minutes from now, so I'll be listening to what they're talking about. Okay, guys. So there's the Uber now, up $108 in the simulator, paper trader simulator, whatever you want to call it. Remember what we said? I said, look, practice trading. So why did we take this Uber trade in the first place? Because Uber, we said, well, let's just see if taking Uber would put and putting a stop, at the VWAP. Now the VWAP changes, but so of course now 35, 37. So now you can start to move it up. Oops. Let's put it right around there. Okay. So we said, well, let's take this trade and put the stop at the current VWAP and then see what happens. You know, could that be a strategy that you want to use? Well, you won't know unless you practice. And of course, Uber is an earnings play. So now, if I were truly in this, I'd be looking left. 36.73 is the next high looking left. So that could stall it. So let's just do this just for fun. You know, if you had more shares, it'd be more worth it. But let's take half out. We'll sell half. Now I've got 50 left. Okay. And just because if I were, looking at this, I'd be wondering, will this stall at this 36.73? All right, guys. Time's at 1:55, 1:56. So I think what I'll do is I'll put myself on mute now. It's getting set for the meeting. Yeah, sorry, YouTubers. I was just talking about this MINM trade. And yeah, I mean, but I think the problem that people have is they try to go in way too heavy, okay? Way too heavy. 5,000 shares, I'm going to be rich. It's going to go up, to $30. Yeah, but the problem is it can drop a dollar or two just like that. So my advice, I mean, these are not easy, but just take a few, even if you took 50 shares, and you put a $2 stop on it. So you're going to lose $100 if it goes down. It, I mean, it's just amazing. Just absolutely amazing. This is not one I would have thought of. I would have thought it would have been one of the China stocks, but whew. No, sorry to hear that, Stuart. And where could this go? And why? I mean, there's no reason for it. There's no, oh, the one well, I just couldn't concentrate on it anymore. But the CHGG, yeah, I see now it is now has left that 890, that 890 behind, but I could not concentrate on it at all. No news, no news, Todd. The news is this: it has 1 million in the float, and we're in low float mania. Low float mania. That's all. That's what we're in right now. Oops, wrong symbol. Yeah, I mean, if you look at most of these ones on this list here, and it's not because they have to be low float, but I mean, for a stock to be moving, multiple percents, 10, 20, 460%, well, you're not going to find Apple moving 460%, are you? Not with whatever 7 billion in the float. So these, again, I don't have a filter that says just show me low float stocks, but a stock that is moving typically is not going to have a high float. And what did this now this one yesterday, LEJU, this was a big one yesterday also, but not so much today. Basically halting on the downside. So who knows what tomorrow brings, because something like this one, MINM, I don't think it was. Let's take a look at the weekly chart or the daily chart. Yeah, it did nothing yesterday. So what we're seeing is some of these low float stocks that did nothing over the last few days while the other China stocks were ripping for whatever reason, they're in favor now. So if you wanted to follow low float stocks, tomorrow, and it's not like I don't have this scan up. Okay. I don't have this. Well, it's a top list actually. I don't have it up and running, but this is what it looks like. Low float under 20 million. And I think I put 2 and 16, 750,000 shares, up 30 cents from the previous close, 8% from the previous close. And the top, yeah, a float of 30 million actually is the top. I think I put that in there because when I put this one together a long time ago, there were a couple of stocks that were like 25 million that just were ripping. So I said, oh, I'll put 30. More than likely, though, anything in here is going to be, a very low float. And there, look at MINM right at the top here. But again, I'm not using this. I'm seeing it right here in the momentum. In fact, what I might do tomorrow is I might, instead of having the large cap gainers, just for fun, I'm going to load the other one. Come on. My problem is there we go. I have so many things in my cloud, and I have to at some point start deleting. And that's what happens sometimes. It just gets, hmm. My configuration just starts to slow down. All right, give me a moment. I gotta find it. Oh, why don't I just go to my home page? All right. Yeah, so I'll run this one tomorrow. I wanted to concentrate on this, especially for new traders, because these are, a little bit, well, you're not going to see the huge moves. But with huge moves up, I mean, look at it, look at MINM, huge moves up 14 and it dropped 40%. Okay, so I mean that's the issue. Yeah, what about ASNS? Imagine that. Low float, 1.3 million. So, what's happening again is that it's not all about just China now. This is now halted. It's been halted for a while, I'll bet. So it resumed. So this is what happens sometimes, guys, just in case you're wondering. So you'll see the halt, or sorry, you see the resume for ASNS at 302, but it is now halted. Okay, it is halted now. And sometimes what happens, so when it comes out of the halt, I guess, I don't see it coming out of the halt yet. Um, Sometimes what happens is it's so fast that we don't get the halt. Okay, just so you know. But we know it's halted. I mean, it's not like it's a big deal. VCIG just got halted. Well, look at that, 7.9 million in the float. And this could go crazy. Look at the high over here at 539. Stick an alert there. If it takes out that high, look out below. I mean, it could just go crazy. I mean, it's already gone crazy. 3 to 4 like that. 5. No shorts available. Now, typically you won't find shorts, not in traditional brokers, maybe at Centerpoint or Cobra. You might find shorts for these sort of things, but awfully dicey though. How would you have liked to have been somebody, who said, great, I found shorts at for MINM at whatever, $7. Yay. Ooh, okay, $7. How about $8? How about 10? How about 14? I mean, these are really difficult. Yeah, if you can time it, great. But I mean, it's not the easiest thing in the world, obviously. Yeah, I mean, when the volume starts to slow down, maybe, but all right, guys. Well, as I calm down here, while being in a marketing meeting, and just doing all this, and then they chimed in and said, "So Barry, do you have anything to say?" Yes, I do. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, you'll have a nice promo on, probably for the next little while. Not sure when it ends, but certainly until the 5th anyway. That's Cinco de Mayo. So there is the promo code MAYO, not numeric. Somebody made a mistake, I think yesterday, said it didn't work. Probably typed in the number O or zero. So it's Mayo, MAYO, 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. If you take out a subscription, please do the Let's Get Started. Okay. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Also, this promo is good if you're currently a monthly subscriber and you thought about and you wanted to say take an annual subscription, you can do so. Okay. Trading 101. Those of you who are in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, you might have heard Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. He was there. He put this Trading 101 together. Stock of the day video, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, you can sign up for it here. This is a free service. All the education is here. And then here are my scans. So there's the race that you now see. Okay, this will be I'll keep this up tomorrow. This will be a more fun race to watch, but more volatile too. And that's what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. The halts resumes over here, right there. Momentum scan here. 10-day daily breakout and down right here. There's these scans right here. Notice not too many. And there's the min. I mean, this was late. I was wrong. I thought this was in the morning. So look at this. I mean, from my 10-day daily breakout at 12:20, 279. 279 was the alert. Again, are all these rocket ships? Of course not. But a lot of it is just looking left too. How much room can a stock go? So if you do want to take out a subscription, please, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link. And then when you do that, then you, of course, use this promo code here to get your 25% off. Saving my homepage, no, of course, then you can have access to my scans anytime you want. And the big education section. Yes, breathe. Breathe. And believe it or not, this may not be over. There's a part of me that says if it takes out 1185, 12, it could have another run. Just the high of that, the body of that candle there. It may not. It may pull all the way back and, go back to where it belongs. But meanwhile, oh my goodness, did this stay up here though? Well, guys, what did I just say? What did I say? If it take out the high here, VCIG, look out and look what's happened. It's probably, is it halted again? Or is resumed? Man, oh man. I guess, yeah, it's halted again. Now, VCIG not showing up here. So I would wonder, okay, why isn't it showing up here? And I can tell you. So what I might do, the relative volume is 0.47. Okay, so that's not a lot of volume. Like the relative volume is not great, but it's such a low float. So let me just see what I've got for my race setup. Oops, sorry, my open the top list. Probably have a minimum relative volume. Uh, oh, there's no question, Todd. But I'm looking, well, when I first saw it, it said 685, 685, 685. Look, I was going to have an amazing jump. I'm not in this one. That's not it. 2%, 200,000 shares, 1 in 50. I think the other thing I'm going to do is change that sort to price. Yeah. Oh, there's the culprit. Volume of today is 200,000 shares, so it's only 175. That is the culprit. Now, I'll knock this down to 150, okay? I will. I don't know if we still would have caught that. 100 going from 200 down to 150 isn't terrible. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Because a lot of times, these things are just starting out. And then we just launch the race. I don't care about Apple. And they put these in because I thought, okay, they just want to show you. And I understand. Show you, okay, Apple and Tesla and some of they just don't move. You want ones that move, here you go. Meanwhile, look at the PINC. PINC continues its move down. That's one I took short a long time ago. Not in it anymore, but all right, guys. Wow. Any questions? Any questions right now? Yeah, I mean this one, it just opened, guys. So okay, it did just open. Excuse me, didn't get it. Didn't get it. Well, look at that spread now, 6.8. But I didn't get it. How come you know if a stock is a SPAC or an IPO? Well, of course, you can go back and if, for instance, you're looking at VCIG as an example, right? And you're seeing how it just started trading as VCIG. So you can probably go to our news. And in this case, it doesn't say that it was a business combination. It does say it was an IPO. Okay. So for instance, though, if it had been the same thing, something that's traded started trading 3 weeks ago, and you looked up here, more than likely what you would have seen is something that said completed the business combination. So I would look at our news. I mean, if you're trying to do it from within our platform, just look at the news and that it'll usually tell you. You can't tell from right now. I mean, if somebody said, is this a SPAC or an IPO, without looking at the news, you can't tell. The other way you can sometimes tell, if you start to see a stock trading in the pre-market when it's never traded before, then it's a SPAC. And we see that every now and then. So for instance, tomorrow, if you load trade ideas before the market opens and you see something trading in the pre-market, say in an intraday chart, and then you check your daily chart and there's nothing there, well, that means that was a SPAC, because that's typically what happens. The SPAC will convert to the new symbol and start trading in the pre-market. Well, there's no edge in terms of chart patterns, of course not. But I mean, what I was trying to say before, though, if you just can't take many shares. And I'm seeing that we're getting a lot of these in the afternoon, out of nowhere. Well, I mean, if you're asking if our that's what our provider says, of course. You're talking about the LGMK. Yeah, so we have 895,000. So some of these are very difficult. I'll go to another source and see what they say. I think I've looked at this one before, and I think they say like 2 to 3 million. Whatever it is, it's going to be very low. Yeah, 1.2 million. Okay, so in another source, I have 1.2 million. So I mean, it's in the ballpark. Now, if you're wondering, well, why isn't it exact? Um, if you again go to 10 different sites, you'll probably find 10 different float numbers for this one. Stocks that do, reverse splits over and over again, that's typically what happens. It's difficult to get a handle. Well, I'll be honest, Shady. What I do in these crazy ones is I say, okay, what's the most I want to lose? $100, $200, whatever that number is, and wherever I get in. So I mean, you're right. It's not based on necessarily a chart stop, like some support somewhere or whatever. But yeah, it's total gambling. But I'm willing to do that because I've just seen it time and again. These things have these unbelievable runs. So I know typically, the most I'm going to lose, and I do stick to that. But it's not based on necessarily a chart stop. You're absolutely right. And I'm not saying this is, for new people, probably not the right thing to do. But I mean, we're in an active trading room, and now what's happening with this one through the 200-day moving average? I mean, look at this. Look where this could open, 799. I mean, I was trying to get this right here. I was trying to get this right around the sixth level. And if it had fallen to four, I would have, I would have been fine with it with the number of shares I took. But it would have had to fall to four like almost immediately. All right, guys, that's it. I don't see any other questions. I want to concentrate a little bit on this to see if I am going to do some late day foolishness. Okay. So thanks again for all the help. We'll do this tomorrow, starting at I'll be on the mic 9 o'clock. Okay, 9 o'clock. The main room is open sometime before 8, no later than 8. And then I'll get on the mic at 9 on all the other rooms. So have a great evening. Let me just get the announcement in. Have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And YouTubers, same thing for you guys.